Will OBS lag it if I run both? shit I've ever. See, January is gonna be a lot of like we're gonna be flooded with new people here, Discord, YouTube, and when YouTube pops off, going live is just so many more viewers. Like this is about to be my biggest year business wise, not memory wise, not like oh guys we did a lot of things. It's gonna be like working around the clock. I'm either gonna be editing or live, or even editing live because I get spoiled, man. I get really spoiled. So the more hours I do live, the better for me. And I've always been kind of like a Destiny guy where I do the boring stuff on my stream as well. You know what I mean? I do the boring stuff. So you know what Destiny has his emails day. I always had one of those. So I'm gonna do that for editing. And I love editing with chat. Even though you guys are wrong a lot of the time, uh, I can't wait till this video is done and we watch it. Yeah, and Destiny's like one of my good friends. Yeah, I can finally say that. He's one of my good friends, so he promised we're going to do a lot so I don't just spend heaps of time on YouTube. And Destiny is he's going to grow a lot from me cuz he once he sees this content, he's going to be impressed. Kat, you should stick around. I'm going to show you my new YouTube video that that's not an edited highlight reel for once. It's like I worked hard on this. Didn't even take that long, but I'm very creative with this, like which clips to keep in. I mean, imagine if he just gave me like a hour of footage. Imagine he gave me all 6 hours, but this one's going to be good. And on. Why the fuck do you line yourself up with Destiny, bro? What do you even agree on? We agree on content. You know how like we're known as like toxic channels? We kind of laugh at the same things. Like the DGG and Zherka chat, the one thing they have in common is war. They love to see a good debate war. But I'm not gonna lie, being friends with him doesn't really help a conservative channel. But it definitely gets me creative. I chop up clips and blah blah blah. So like do more with Sneeko than Destiny, but if I could get both of them, I love that. And ever since I first started, it was always opposites. It was like one liberal, one Zherka, one. So I like that. I think content is. If it was me and Destiny on a Pokemon adventure, the content is better than me and Lauren Southern or some. You know what I mean? Yeah, but you know, you fuck up, DGG comes after you, but it's nothing we can't handle. Like we already won. Say what you want about Destiny, he ain't soft or soy. I mean, I wish everyone in this chat can go live for a couple months and be in streamer wars with thousands of people, because then you'll see why nobody does it. Like, you'll be surprised at how mentally fatiguing that is. It's worse than high school drama. It's worse than any of that shit. You would be surprised at how much, I don't want to say me, because Steven's done it way longer. Steven's endured a lot. And it's like, when you think of his corner, it's like he's not just dunking on regular people. He's dunking on psychopaths. Exactly, Tapio. Never forget that. Yeah, I'm gonna do. Oh, dude, with YouTube, there's no limits because you don't drop connection, so I can film everything. Why war? Why not work together? Well, that's exactly what we're doing. But I'm just saying that, like, I was in a call with. eventually DGG just like turns on you, even if they like you. It's weird. So, but I'm not ever going to war with someone who's been as good to me as Destiny. Like, when I say he's been good to me, I mean, like, you know those tweets where I say, oh, he didn't meet up with me, what the fuck? He didn't give me a place to stay. Yeah, I'm not really telling you that he's always met up with me. You know, I'll throw a tantrum for that one time. Because that's how I am. Because I'm like, I'm here, bro. I waste money. Let's go. Fuck, I need a haircut. Destiny is the exact opposite of you. Really, I think Hassan is Fosh. But politically, we're very different, yeah. And politics is like who you are deep down. That politics is huge. Okay, we're at 37%. Let's go. Bro, I've been depressed since 15 years old. Wow. I'm 27 now. Any advice? Well, your name is fentanyl dealer. So maybe stop selling maybe sell like weed or something. And but like to give you real advice, is this a real question? No, I woke up like an hour ago. Or 2 hours ago, yeah. Okay, to talk about depression, it really comes to identity. Okay? So if you have a way of life you believe in, but you don't live that life, right? Your external world conflicts with who you are internally. That causes serious depression. So, like for example, if I say, give me an example. I can't think, man. No, I don't believe depression is an illness. I think it's a state of mind. I don't think you can be depressed forever. I think anyone who says that to you is an atheist. I think they're out to harm you by saying that. And there are a lot of professionals who say that. Not a Jordan Peterson vibe. Don't lie, getting chicks cures depression. Uh that's not true at all. I mean, it reinforces your identity that you're like a charismatic guy and you start liking yourself. But that's like saying when I was bouncing and I had a bunch of girls around me always that I was super, super happy. It might seem that way, but happiness is so overrated. It's about fulfillment, right? Like, I've never tried, like, for example, I was happy with a certain person and I had like one rule. And if you break it, we're done. I could have easily gone back to being happy, but instead I was like, no, no, no. I can't break my one rule, right? Or else, I start living this phony life. And the weird thing about life that nobody talks about, whether you're real or not, you're still phony to a certain degree. Like we're all hypocrites. I think you got to bring that percentage down all the way. But success with women cures depression. Definitely helps, but cures? I think success. I think success in something you believe helps more. Like if you believe, let's say you're a Hassan and a communist, if you spread that communist message effectively because you believe in communism, then you know your mind will be better. Am I talking to a troll though? Is this fentanyl guy a troll? As a full-time bouncer, did you ever get depressed? Dude, every single weekend I would be depressed. I'd be at a party thinking like, where's my life headed? I'm broke. And then I'd be rich, making a lot of money, doing all sorts of shady stuff. And then I'd be like, huh, nothing changed. Like I'm still anxious. I'm still like thinking about my future and stuff. And now I'm the opposite where uh, dropping down to like 1,000 views for a year, I didn't really care. I was like, I can do it whenever I want, which is a bad mindset still. That's a horrible mindset, but it's not a depressed one. A depressed one would be like, uh, I give up. I'm not hitting the button. Zherka, when did you decide to start sucking up to DGG? I don't know. I get messages saying I'm really cruel to them. Like I'm good to Steven, but I call DGG a bitch even when they back me up. And I'm like, am I cruel to them or? I'm nice to Steve, but I'm very cruel. Like I think that chat would flip. I think they're not healthy. Like they would flip on me even right now. Do you randomly get depressed through the day now too? No, the only time I've been depressed is when I let someone down. Or when I do something that I didn't mean to. Which is a lot, really. I do a lot of things that's like I think about it and I go, it wasn't that big. You know, I should have let that slide. You know, I should have like you've seen me go into wars with other streamers and stuff. It's better to just ignore them. Like those men, yeah, TwitchCon. It's better to just ignore them because it's not like they're gonna even be a part of my life. It's like, what am I? Why am I forcing them to be a part of my life by falling for the drama again? Yeah.
Friendly care package inbound.
Oh Lord, that's loud. Okay, hold on. This must be a DGG or he's anti-nationalism. Let's see. I'll read you out because it doesn't read out threes, bro. Why are you so proud of your nationality? And why do you think it's important to be? And you see a difference between an Albanian Christian or an American Christian, for example? Thanks. Yeah, there's a big difference because you're talking about a Protestant, right? A Christian in the U.S. is Christian without the tradition, and an Albanian Christian or an Albanian Muslim would be, you know, they'd be religious with tradition because even our atheists are traditional, right? That's the biggest difference. And number two, why is it important to be proud of your nationality? Because nationality really means extended family. And if you're not proud of your family, I mean, you guys did everything to avoid extinction up until this point. You should be very proud no matter where you come from. Because you're I mean, you think your lineage are just strangers, but there's a high probability that every single one of your ancestors battled with the same things you battle. So if you have depression, your ancestors had depression, right? These are how genetics work. If you hate cucks, if you hate this, if you hate degenerates, your ancestors hated degenerates. So everything in your life that's harming you, your ancestors was at that war before you. So whether you have 10 million people in your country or 100 million, you should be proud, right? Now, if your ancestors were just like Freemasons and stuff, that's the top of the pyramid. Most of them were like you. You know what I mean? No, we don't have commies here. Only tankies. I don't get what you mean, Jimmy. Xi is the biggest anti-Satanist living. I mean, you think that, and then you see the lockdowns. Have I never worn this before? I feel like I've worn this in October. No, I wasn't even here. On podcasts. This sweater reminds me of Haas, so I know I've worn it. Yeah. Okay, we're 50% loaded. Perfect timing. Yeah, tankies are mad at me right now for calling out the lockdowns, and I'm like, that is scary. That's an ideologue. COVID is damn near fatal. What the fuck? Who's here? This thing's driving me nuts. 52% only. Is it the OBS slowing me down? Jeez. pre-recording. Shut the fuck up. People believe that. When you say that in chat, some people actually buy into that conspiracy. Unless I timed saying this exactly right now. And I typed that. Oh. We thought Amaranth did that. Thought she was lying about her. MAGA communism? Yeah, I know they're really proud of it, but in my eyes, it's just a way to isolate the youth of MAGA and cut out the boomers, because boomers are afraid of the word communism. So I didn't like it. I thought it was divisive. I mean, I know it was popping off on young Twitter, but I don't think old people would fuck with that too much. And everything I've said politically is dead on so far. Like Haas and Jackson both admit, like my predictions are stronger. So I'm like, I don't know why they get so mad if I say that. Well, not mad, but they're like, no. MAGA communism makes sense, John. Which Haas popularized the term. How do you deal with your back hair? Usually I shave it, but kind of embarrassed to ask a stranger right now. It's my brother's never here, so I'm like, competition, but you'd be when I want the suffering and shit, she's out to the DMs look really red pill. It was like I was overdosing on anger, and that's not me, dude. I am never ever doing a half casual relationship with a streamer unless it's a secret, right? And I'll probably do that in like past February. I need to get this channel going first. Yeah, no, I've never made anyone suffer more in my life because I don't take things that serious. But like when a girl would wave to me at TwitchCon, or hoes would try and ruin us and stuff like that, I never entertained it. But it was like I should have been more like, hey, guard her mental health. Don't talk to me like that. Instead of, I would just walk away. But yeah, it's like as gay as it is to say, the worst mental health, the worst mental health a woman will ever have is dating a guy that everyone on the podcast is trying to fuck. You know what I mean? That's why I'm so glad she's on to other stuff, because I'm like, could you imagine if she got another Zherka type that has like a bunch of like DMs that would traumatize a girl? And if you see your ex with another guy, won't it hurt you? Eh, it's not really an ex when it's a streamer. I spent a lot of time with her, yeah. Would it hurt me? Yeah, that shit would sting. But it would depend who's the man. If it's a guy that's like a lolcow that everyone clowns, then that just makes me look bad. But if it's like a great dude that's just like me but doing it better, then it would. I don't know, because maybe I didn't like Elisa that much, but yeah, when she got that stud and married that guy who looks better than me, I was actually proud of her. And I'm the jealous type. I get jealous for strangers. You know what I mean? So when that girl got, she dated me for like a month, and I did something cruel. Like, I just disappeared, kind of. And I didn't have the words to say why. But really, it's because I was at 90 viewers when I was dating her, and I said I got to get my life going again. And then I skyrocketed to like 2,000 after her, and that's when I was like, "Stay single, bro." And then COVID hit harder. Um, but I don't think I could ever be with that Boston girl. There's something. She was a little too sweet, you know. It's like if they're that kind and feminine, it's almost scary how much you feel like you don't deserve this. You know, just a little more medium, right? Not like a fucking full-on man, but yeah. Yeah, I've always done best with like a Latina girl, like a full Latina. I think that would be good. But the super white girl stuff has always been cringe to me. Like they're always crying, and I'm always, you know, like how men don't cry, but we like cry. Like if I type, "Hey man, I'm really crying," it means like I'm doing this, like oh, like frustrated. And I was frustrated throughout the whole thing because um, some of these e-girls, when they get older, they start to panic. And we men don't panic as much at 28. Like we like to say we do, but it's not really the same. Do you know what I mean by that? Where it's like every girl at that age of 23 thinks their life is going to go one way, but really it goes the other way. Yeah. And it's sad to talk about, actually. Because I'm done being angry. I'm really not angry. I'm over it. The only thing I hate is like when you degenerate, I wish I could talk to her and just say, slow down on degenerating. Don't ever add it to my legacy where you're doing things you'll regret and it's because I fucked you up. And then this is the exact answer you'll get from a woman. It has nothing to do with you, John. It's like, really? This was what you were like before me? Like, come on. Yeah, no, I am hurt. I wasted a lot of time this year. Like, there was. Dude, I could have been in Miami this whole summer. What the fuck was I doing? And really, if I didn't do all those trips, I would feel bad. Like, I needed those trips for myself. It's not really about her. Yeah, I overthink everything, though. Hmm. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I used to think overthinking is unhealthy, and it is, but uh, I was so worried I'm gonna go through this breakup thinking that bitch is just crazy. When it's like I'm not owning up to anything, I don't want to do that. I actually want to be better so it doesn't happen again. Like breakups should be like my old breakups. They should be normal. Who's racist? Me? What'd I say? You're too hard on yourself. Oh, dude, if you had 3 weeks of calls with a girl crying like that and you're still being like, fuck off, and then you change your mind and try and stay with her and care for her, and then the arguments start again and it cycles back to that, you're like, whoa, dude, that is not how the first 7 months went. That was weird. Yeah, it looks like 87%. We're almost there. It feels like I was manipulative, but when I look back, I was really just saying if you go to that party, it's gonna be a traumatizing finish. Like it's gonna be like I'm the kind of guy that's like I will run it to the ground, and she didn't believe me. And then, but now she's better. So she's. I mean, it's an e-girl, bro. They heal and they heal eventually. It's just now it's that phase where I have to look bad, like the vengeance. You know when they get over the breakup, where they have to get vengeance, and it's like a lot of stuff was lost in translation too. So, um, that girl writing in the chat something about jail made me think everyone knew. So I said it out loud on stream. There's a lot of my mistakes, and the only shoulda, woulda, coulda was I didn't want that shit public because that shit looks like half of it was fake, but when it became real, it was like, yikes. That is just if you put that stuff in the world, God is looking at you like you're a fucking chimpanzee. Like only animals behave like that. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was hard. We spent like a year talking about how I won't abandon you. Yes, you'll abandon me. I won't abandon you. And then at the end, I was like, that's not abandonment if you break the rule. And then she's like, you abandoned me. And I was like, damn, that stings. You can't change their mind though. That's just water, bro. I've never abandoned no one. And I had like this stream last year where someone's like on my VC attacking me, and he's like, Zherka gets sensitive. I hate saying it because then it's used against me, but he's like, Zherka gets sensitive if you talk about him abandoning a friend because he abandoned his best friend who was stabbed to death. Because I talked about like that's why I only talk about that story like once a year, because it's always used against me. And I'm like, okay, psychology, Andy, you can say that, but I've really never abandoned someone. I've been cruel to people, but I've never abandoned a friend, right? And that's all she was, is a friend. Because I didn't have friends. I just had her. And I don't even like having friends. I like just working and having like Destiny or someone just to fucking stream with. But yeah, I've never abandoned anyone in my life. End of story. So if you want to degenerate and make me look bad, that's fine. But I'm not here for that. Because now she'll be at Kiana's show trying to like farm me, I guess. And I always preemptively strike. So I'm like, oh, fuck Kiana, she's going to be on. It's going to be one of those things. Fuck it, I'll talk about it on my stream then. But it's like, maybe they won't. Maybe they'll be like, leave Zherka alone. Are you scared of attachment, Zherka? Yeah, that's probably why I called security, bro. I don't know. Am I scared of attachment? Yeah, attachment to the wrong person is terrifying. You know when you know someone's wrong for you, but you stay with them because you think you don't deserve better, and it's for once it's actually the case. Like, I don't want to do that to a sweet girl. Like, well, that's a lie. She was sweet for like 7 months, but not sweet enough to follow the rule. She followed the rules for 7 months perfectly. I don't know why she fucked up on the most demonic night of the year. It's because Satan works on Halloween. Overtime. Oh no, dude, a breakup will never affect me. But if it's a streamer, I remember in first meeting her, and I'm like, dude, you're a streamer. That means this breakup is gonna be like drilled into my fucking skull. If it's a streamer, it's kind of like people always reminding you. I hate that. I hate that because it gaslights me into thinking, oh, I'm right about this, wrong about that. Or it's like, no, where I'm at right now, I know what I'm right about. She ain't even a big streamer, but that anxiety of not being big makes girls into the word. And then like all that happens is when I pop off, she'll farm me by talking about me. When she's on shows, she's gonna make Zherka jokes, and that eventually I do respond. I go, "Shut the fuck up." It's like I'm trying to avoid that, man. I respond every single time, except the last two streams where I ignored her ass, and then she did the nuclear. Look at that, PD. I'm glad I got that done though. Like now we can just go Miami and farm. Jenna, did you like small or big titties, John? What? I don't think I've ever dated a girl with no tits, but I'm not a tit guy. I like ass. Oh, you should see the girls in my Twitter box, dude. It's like I look at them sometimes and I go, I'm supposed to be excited, but I can't get excited. I don't even respond because I'm like, I want the YouTube first. I want to spike my YouTube first. So easy to get distracted, you know what I mean? So. I don't even know who they are. I was like, they just look nice. Okay, we're at 95% loaded. Let's fucking go, baby. Holy shit. Why? How am I at 800 viewers daytime? That's impossible. What is everyone doing in here? This is 3 p.m. You mean I can go live at any time of the day now? Oh my god. That's a blessing, dude. I thought I had to go back to night streams. I could just hit it now? What kind of streamer can do this without just... I didn't even tell anyone I'm going live. I just randomly hit it and tweeted. Oh shit, people subscribe at this time? Should I switch my whole thing up? Get earlier nights? Jeez. Maybe it's that YouTube video success. You know, you get more on YouTube than Twitch. Look at this. Cult-like. And I've noticed something. I'm one of those guys who can actually do these intro screens a lot. Like, people like this. Appreciate you guys. People like the intros. Just talking randomly. I think people like this. I don't know how much I like it, though. Oh, baby. Thank you, baby. Thank you. With this sweater, I feel like I can say that to you guys. I can call you guys that. Don't fucking make me... Dude, look at this guy. Your sweater's gay as fuck, bro. I'm still cold. Yeah, I'll turn it up. Should we have some background music while we talk? Nah, fuck that shit. I'm gonna mute the whole VOD. I don't know how to turn it down, bro. Mike messaged me today to go to LA. I was like, yeah. When I live in Miami, I'm gonna be with Sneeko more. Not Arab. Arabs in Atlanta. Oh, it's finished. Should we watch it? We'll come back to this. Nice. Do you have Democrat? Okay, I need feedback because this is going to be what I spend 2023 doing. And we're going to blow the fuck up. Just need a thumbnail for this. Okay, are you guys ready? Is it loud? Wait, let's see. Do you have Yeah, it's pretty loud. Okay, ready? Let's go. Do you have Democrat friends?
I do.
You're going to hell.
You're a machine.
I like the BBC.
Do you think women should be able to vote?
Yes.
Yes?
What? Why? Are you with the devil?
Oh my god.
Why don't you think women should vote?
Because of the Bible.
Just do it.
So should women vote?
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
What makes you lean towards Joe Biden?
Is it maybe because he's a pedophile?
No, it's not.
That's probably not it. That's,
What brings you to Miami? Girls trip?
my boyfriend cheated on me, so I'm.
Really?
Yeah, I was
we
like,
should
fuck you.
we should get back at him.
we should get back at him.
Fuck him. If you're
Fuck
watching,
you,
you're
Ryan.
I was about to make out with two chicks.
Oh shit.
Are we getting back at your boyfriend or what?
No, it's okay.
Sneeko, you fucked me up.
Yeah,
If you kiss him right now, your boyfriend will be mad jealous.
it's okay. It's okay.
She's a woman. She's not that easy. We just met. We're just having a conversation. You can't rush us into that. Okay.
I'm sensing tension.
No,
You're making the tension right
Yeah,
now. You're
yeah.
making this awkward for her. Why are you out here with your toes on the street?
You gotta roughen up the dogs. You gotta strengthen.
Please pan down to the toes.
No.
Please get the toes in the thumbnail.
That's free toes, by the way. Is the girl he cheated on you with hotter than you?
no.
How big was his dick? Be honest. Don't don't do this.
I'm playing above. No.
Okay.
I have a boyfriend.
That's Okay. exactly
why.
For real.
Your boyfriend cheated on you? Get the walk. Get the walk. That walk is something.
Should have grabbed her. She's clickbait. Right? Well, I didn't even want to do this kind of content. You could see me in the background. And I was like, this is going to harm the girl I was dating at the time. And like, she eventually believes me when I explain it and stuff, but it takes so long. And then they called me a pussy. They're like, your turn, Zherka. And I'm like, dude, I ask better questions than you guys. I'm way better at pickup. I'm way better than Andrew Tate at pickup. I'm better than anyone. You could have a Ferrari, you're not beating me. If it's women, I will win. Like, this is... And then they told me, they're like, women is the key factor to 1 million subs. And I'm like, what? No, probably like 200,000. They're like, no, millions of subs. I'm like, that's all I have to do is just talk to bitches on the street? They're like, yes, Zherka, you're fucking underrated. Just go do it. And I'm like, I don't know. I just don't know. And they're like, go fucking do it. And then as they pressure me, I was like really tired, a little hungover. I wasn't partying at all, but I was drinking at a hookah lounge and going back to bed, planning my Colombia trip. And then they're like, you're a pussy, get in there. And they forced me to do this.
BBC, we're interviewing people about the new election. You know the UK BBC?
To be honest, no. I hope my grandma doesn't see this.
So you guys don't know what BBC is?
No.
What about Blacked? You know Blacked?
Sorry? Trump and Biden is over. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's going to start again, right? Earth flat.
No.
Why do you think it's round?
That's what I learned in school.
Just pay attention to how different YouTubers' game is to a full-time bouncer, and just watch how good I am, right? I would look way better if I didn't edit it, but I want to get more views. Like if you could see the whole pickup, because it took like 6 minutes, I got like 10 seconds up.
I don't know.
You were programmed.
Yeah, I'm a sheep, if you want to call it.
Actually, I should go through on what I do correct, and a lot of people can't even replicate it, but if you noticed, even in podcasts, I'll jump in with energy and spike the girl's anxiety and then pull it back 1,000% to calm them down. I think that's the best way to do it. Most guys go with the same energy for the whole conversation. I think that's unhealthy.
To be honest, no. I hope my grandma doesn't see this.
So you guys don't know what BBC is? No. What about Blacked? You know Blacked?
Sorry? Trump and Biden is over. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's going to start again, right? Earth flat.
No.
Why do you think it's round?
That's what I learned in school. I don't know.
You were programmed.
Yeah, I'm a sheep, if you want to call it. I'm kidding. I don't know. The Earth is round.
Check this out. At 8 inches per mile square, curvature calculations, you should be able to see curvature at 60,000 feet. Weather balloons double the height. What was your name?
I'm Jaden. Emma.
Jaden and Emma. These weather balloons. Here's one tip I want to give, okay? Every time you see a pickup artist go, "What's your name?" Emma and Jaden, he shakes their hand, and I don't believe in that. Okay? I think you're way better off doing it my way. And a lot of people attack the pickup artists, think you have to like break this touch barrier and blah blah blah. You guys don't know what BBC is? No. What about Blacked? You know Blacked?
Sorry? Trump and Biden is over. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's going to start again, right? Earth flat.
No.
Why do you think it's round?
That's what I learned in school. I don't know.
You were programmed.
Yeah, I'm a sheep, if you want to call it. I'm kidding. I don't know. The Earth is round.
Check this out. At 8 inches per mile square, curvature calculations, you should be able to see curvature at 60,000 feet. Weather balloons double the height. What was your name?
I'm Jaden. Emma.
Jaden and Emma. These weather balloons double. I'm coked out a bit, so just
okay.
These weather balloons double the height. They double. They go 120,000
feet.
feet.
Is flat?
100% on Jesus' name. And check this out. Because you think it's a ball, you're going to hell.
Okay.
You guys believe in hell?
No, I do not personally. No.
Why?
I'm not religious.
What happens when we die, Jaden?
I mean, are any of us dead yet? No.
I don't know. I think that you just die, maybe a little bit of your soul reincarnate. Not like actually reincarnation, but.
Have you done bad things in your life?
Yes.
Yeah, everyone has.
Will you ever be judged for those things?
I have been.
Oh, by God.
I don't believe in God.
Okay. And do you guys ever get anxious or depressed?
Yeah, I get anxious sometimes.
It's
You think
because
that's my punishment?
no, it's not punishment. It's because you have the religion of the canine. You're agnostic. You don't care. You just care about sex and food.
Wait, are you like believe?
I'm a pastor, so I'm trying to bring you guys to Jesus. What's it gonna take?
I don't think I'm not gonna go to Jesus.
Jaden, I know you want to come with me.
I'm
Oh, Jaden, you're coming with me. Forget what was your name? Emma. I feel like I can turn you. You can come to God.
I'm feeling he's calling my name right now.
What is your body count?
real. What is this? What are we talking for?
We're getting to the root of human nature. What is your body count, Emma? Medium to high body count women never get married, and if they do, it's a divorce, right? So you meet a girl with a high body count, that's a fractured soul. That's gonna degenerate you. Like, don't.
2.
Bull dick. What's your body count?
2. Are you calling?
Mine's 2 as well. Like I'm
2?
on my.
That's like
life.
impossible. The problem with women is, if you ask 3 billion women on Earth, the man you're dating, are you dating to marry him? They'll all say no. Like, they'll be like, I don't know, maybe we'll see where it goes. But when you look at successful conservative communities whether Jewish or blah, blah, blah. That's the goal from step one.
No.
Impossible.
You're 2 as well?
Yeah.
Me too.
Wait, what did I miss?
You guys are killing me. Just 2 men.
Don't upload this. I'll copyright strike.
What are we talking for?
We're getting to the root of human nature. What is your body count, Emma?
2.
Bull dick. What's your body count?
2. Are you calling
Mine's 2 as well. Like, I'm
2?
on my
That's like
life.
impossible.
It's not impossible.
You're 2 as well?
Yeah.
Me too. You guys are killing me. Just 2 men your whole life.
Yeah. 2 of my boyfriends.
All right. And that one was Ryan.
Yes.
Ryan, you're a little bitch, Ryan. Did he take you away from God?
Ryan? No.
He definitely broke your spirit, though.
For a little bit, but I'm right back up now.
What did he do for a living?
Parents' money. He's a pussy. He just.
If I was a lady, how can I let someone who works at a restaurant hit it? You know what I mean? That doesn't make
Because
sense.
it's not about the money. It was who he was. Who he was. Past tense, not is.
Money doesn't matter to you guys.
No, it does.
It does.
Okay, there we go.
But like, if I have enough money, it's not for.
If we told you Drake is in that car and he wants to smash, yeah, if he's in the Honda,
Okay.
right? Yeah, he's having a bad day. But if he wanted to smash, would you guys say no?
I'd say no.
No, I'd say yes. Honestly.
I'd say no.
I think Drake is like big enough where that makes it work. Like yeah.
Right.
And he's not half bad.
She's more honest than you, Emma.
I personally.
Hey, you little liar over there.
No, I'm not a liar. Like I actually.
You're saying no to Drake.
Yes.
Nah, there's no way she's saying no to Drake.
If you,
I'm not even pulling your leg. Of course I'd fuck Drake.
of course.
Of
Okay. See, the truth comes out from the demons. Okay,
I'm
you just
pulling
have
your
to dig.
leg.
Guys, remember when Drake wants to smash, that's STD Central, right?
Yeah.
You guys have never had anything. You don't want anything.
No, I do
Say no to Drake
not. Okay.
and say yes to Jesus.
Okay.
Okay.
You're making a point. You're making a point.
Arab,
See, I'm saving
come give
them.
her the kiss of life.
No.
You guys are coming to Christ today. Come here. Okay. Which one of you? Which one's getting baptized? Wait, let's get a thumbnail. You guys like pretend to be like I'm Drake, and you guys are like my bitches. Like,
Look what I do.
Molest me. For like a thumbnail. No, don't be afraid. I'm not suing.
look
I'm
how
not
evil I
canceling
am.
anyone. See, I didn't consent. I didn't consent to being
No,
touched.
you just did though. You did though.
We edit that part out and we sue these girls. What do you do for a living?
I'm a real estate agent.
Get the fuck out of here. You're a professional?
You see how I show fake interest? What the fuck? I didn't even know what she said. To this day, I don't know what she works as. When a girl goes, I'm a real estate agent, I go, get the fuck, are you fucking joking me? And then she thinks she's in this other conversation. Is super, super manipulative, right? But literally throughout the day, she'll realize, oh, this guy doesn't know what I do, right?
You know Reality Kings?
Don't fall for that. What do you do besides COVID?
I work at a restaurant. Server.
I feel bad for this girl because this girl's like 20 and she totally fell in love. Like, sheesh. Because I was setting her up with my buddies. Check this out.
Okay, listen, here's what we're gonna do, okay? Arab, come here. Ladies, close your eyes and trust the Lord and Savior. Close your eyes, ladies. Trust me on this. Close your eyes, guys. Okay? I'm gonna do an exorcism. Give me your hands. Put one hand out. Both hands on me. Dear God, in Jesus' name, let these harlots be rid of their demonic spirits and let them come back to you. In Jesus' name and the Holy Spirit, let them pray to the Father and let the devil Ryan burn in hell.
Preach. Amen.
Amen.
Give them a kiss. Hurry up. Let's go. Yo, hey, grab their number. Let's get out of here. Either with God or you're a Democrat. There it is. Are you Catholic?
Catholic.
Okay. Now check this out. Do you have Democrat friends?
I do.
You're going to hell.
Get in this.
I'll
Get in
get rid of
this.
100%.
John. This is a good thumbnail here. Put Sneeko.
Ladies.
No.
Yes.
Let's Sneeko.
Ladies.
No.
Yes. Oh shit, 10 out of 10, hire him.
Yeah, hire him.
Yeah, I gotta take a photo and say,
See, isn't this better than those prank channels? When it's just my brain, my questions, getting to know someone, everything I practiced on podcasts, isn't this way better than like pranking the girls? Don't you think this is 1,000,000 subs if I work hard? Or am I wasting my time and money? How you come up with your questions, bro? It's really because I have ADHD. I find everything boring. So I'm like, what do you think of George Soros? You need a good editor? I feel like my team and I did good on this video, though. And see, it's only halfway done, and I got advice. People said it should only be 10 minutes long. Really? Haas told me, no, it's great. Keep it at 20. It's like 17, I think. There's zero structure. I have no idea what's happening. Constructive criticism. Yeah, there was structure if I let the whole VOD play, but I chopped it up. Because that's what I watch. Is that bad? Like, I don't want an intro, build up, none of that. I want to chop it up. I kind of like how it's like made for Zoomers. Or is it too all over the place? And I use 2 different filters. So half the video looks like it's shot during the evening and half during the morning. I don't know. This filter's that blue filter. And I feel like the filter is a good idea because it brings the trees out more. And nobody does filters on YouTube with nice cameras. So it's like, it's not actually something people do. But I do want my videos to all look like they're mine. Like one filter. I feel like this kind of content is good enough to where I can get away with 17 minutes. Like, what would you rate this out of 10 so far, halfway into the video? I'd give it a strong 7. It's missing some kind of editing. Too hectic? Yeah, but I want it for Zoomers and TikTok as well. I don't want it. It has to be hectic so I can upload short TikToks about it. Yeah, I was thinking of switching back and forth from different people. Yeah, I was thinking of that. Not for this one. This one's pretty much done. I need a better microphone for sure, yeah. Camera is fine. Yeah, I didn't want to stay on one person too long. But I guess I messed this one up. Why not split it into 2 10-minute videos each? You think?
I just got blessed. Can you take a photo of us with him? Just got baptized.
Do you think women should be able to vote?
Yes.
Yes?
What? Why? Are you with the devil?
Oh my God.
Why don't you think women should vote?
Because of the Bible.
What
Are
does the
you
Bible
guys?
say?
Have you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
So, and you're voting as a Christian?
Yes. Still from Canada.
Asking Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
Oh no.
Yeah, like
Trump,
this
Trump,
is,
baby. He bringing the money. Trump.
why Trump?
He bringing the money. He
Now,
a businessman. This is economy.
now, what about people who say you've been brainwashed?
By who?
Republicans.
I mean, brainwash how though?
If minorities like us vote for Trump, that we're brainwashed by rich white men. That's what they say. Unless it's Kanye. Then he says something else, right?
You know, I respect that. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, he brings in the money. He's a businessman. This is economy. The world revolves around money.
Okay, and should women be able to vote?
I think so.
What the?
You know,
Do you pay the bills?
do 50-50. Oh, no,
I actually don't.
No.
That's the businessman.
Yeah,
What's this?
business.
What's the business here?
Strip club. Kickadonis.
Workathon?
Yeah. Women can vote in there.
These are the ones we want voting. Wow.
It went though.
All right, thank you.
boss.
Hola, Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
I don't know.
Make America.
We are from Canada.
So what does that mean? Do you like Trudeau?
Trudeau. But he's a fascist. Hey, Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Oh god, that's a hard one.
Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Joe Biden.
Why though?
I'm gay. It's not.
But when he sniffs children, isn't that kind of weird? Have you seen those videos?
Those videos.
So that's totally out of context.
What about when he's grabbing like the 8-year-old girl?
Yeah,
What
no.
about when Joe Biden is?
How about no?
Yeah.
How about just no?
Okay. Donald Trump or Joe Biden? Slow down. You got nowhere to go. Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Donald.
Base. Very good. Okay. We like him? Oh, he's corrupt. He's a corrupt man. They always come back.
We're with the BBC.
We're asking political. You guys want political? Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Fuck Donald
Just do it.
Why?
Why? What do you mean why?
I mean, we're asking why. Why do you?
Look up Donald Trump and you tell me why.
But isn't the alternative Joe Inflation Biden?
No inflation Biden.
Kanye for president.
Oh gosh.
I'm from
Kanye?
Chicago. I kind of gotta like him.
Who is Kanye with?
Nobody. He's with himself.
He is.
And what about when Joe Biden is sniffing children? Have you seen that?
He sniffs
Is
children.
this children?
You haven't seen the clips?
That's what they call him, Pedo Joe.
Yeah, that's why. Well, there's many reasons.
Pedo Joe.
Yeah.
Pedo Joe sniffs kids. Kids. I got
Donald
kids.
Trump hates kids.
You sniff your own kids?
Yeah, I hate mine sometimes too, and I sniff them.
Well, he doesn't sniff his own kids. Oh, actually, his daughter.
He sniffs other people's kids.
Other people, all right.
Daughter's diary. She says that they were having showers together, and it was inappropriate.
The daughter was having showers.
With Joe Biden.
When she was, how old was she first?
She was 8. I think it was 8.
8? No clothes on?
Why does the age matter? It's his daughter.
I mean, if she, well, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Forget your friends. Come with us. You're on our.
Where
You're
we
on our
going?
team.
You like
We're
what
going
Kanye
to-
says?
Do I like what Kanye says?
Yeah, like you think Kanye's crazy or no?
I think Kanye crazy as fuck, but that's why we like him.
Okay.
He look cool. He's spitting all of the facts.
In a good way.
In a good way.
Okay.
Come here. Huh? He's the best. Yes. Let's go, baby.
Wait, why?
You're getting canceled today.
Sir.
Hey, don't tell me.
Okay. He said don't talk to me. I went to Ireland for St. Patrick's Day, so I know how to drink a Guinness
Yes,
if she needs me to.
She
This is
moved
the
here
beginning.
At 21, so she's very Irish. All my family.
How old is she? Is your mom hot?
Yeah. You want to see a photo?
Yeah.
We find some.
Just FaceTime your. Nah.
Film this.
Wrong guy.
Trump or Biden?
Trump or Biden? I mean,
Too much thinking.
that's what you gotta do. You gotta think before you make a decision.
You got to think about the one who's not touching children on an island.
There's no third option. That's the problem.
God and Satan, there's only 2 options. Should women vote?
Of course.
But you're not voting.
You like Elon Musk?
He's cool.
It's conservative.
Conservative? I'm a capitalist.
A capitalist.
A capitalist.
I like that. So we are.
Crazy.
Yeah. Trump or Biden?
Biden.
Why?
No reason.
You fuck with Elon Musk?
Yeah.
Do you think the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
John.
Flat earther. One of you.
Flat of Earth.
Is there a dome?
Hell yeah. It thinks that when you get out to the ocean, that little lining right there is just a dip. It's not.
You know what a fisheye is?
Yeah.
We're doing a show where these girls actually hook up with flat earthers. Are you a real flat earther?
I can't hook up with no girls.
Well, you're married?
She's sitting right there. Need my phone?
Yeah, let me fix you up.
Phone.
Thank you, bro. Trump or Biden?
Trump.
Yeah? Where are you from?
From Israel.
Israel. Okay. You're all from Israel?
Yeah.
Trump.
You'll go for Trump? Seems like every foreigner's going for Trump.
There's so much funny shit I had to edit out here for obvious reasons, but Arab is hilarious.
Are you guys believing the flat Earth?
Very curvy, like the girls.
Do you like Elon? Are they both yours?
Just a better. This one over here.
Do you like Elon Musk?
He's good. Innovative. Very innovative.
What do you think of Kanye West?
Unique guy. A lot of opinions. Very opinionated. He's got a lot of vivid ideas. He's executing each and every one of them, so
So far, so good.
What about his opinion on Jewish people?
I've not researched that enough to.
He just says they run the world.
Musk said that?
No, Kanye said that.
Kanye, okay. He was very, a little bit rampaged at that moment. But I don't want to, judge on his opinions.
Yeah.
I really think it's crazy.
You think?
Thinking about Jewish people that run the world, they had to go through so much in order to succeed, right? No, I don't think they run the world. I think any people they put in so much pressure as Jews, they have to achieve the maximum of their highest ability in order to do things extraordinarily, and that's what Jews did.
So they are extraordinary.
They are oppressed. Yeah. They are oppressed in a way after the Holocaust and what they went through.
So they became powerful.
Challenges bring the max of any human being.
Of course.
So that's what happened to
So
them.
they run the world.
They're not running the world. And
You want us to say we want to
No, I just want to know.
So I know. So I think anybody's oppressed with challenges.
Okay.
He's trolling.
Probably you as a social media
Lebanese.
person.
I'm Lebanese.
Okay, great. So you press with challenges?
Yeah, of course.
So I'm Israeli, so nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I mean,
Do you believe?
Would you cut out this part? Is it too political here?
And this is no.
I think they're I think they're powerful and they're strong. Yeah.
No, this is
Why?
Yeah.
Because like she said, they went through shit.
Lebanese did went through shit.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just asking if you think they do. Because it seems like you think, but you don't want to say it.
I'm a
Trump or Biden?
Biden.
Yeah?
Fuck Trump.
Hell yeah. Fuck.
Why? Why? The fucking racist, that's why.
Is it your last
It's
night?
my last night.
Our last night. It's everyone's last night.
Which strip club are we going to?
I did 500,000 views overnight on my first day.
400,000.
Oh, I round up, but I did 500,000 on my first day on the internet.
Did you know I have 16 million views on one of my videos?
Really?
Yes.
Who the fuck are you?
I'm a fucking Ambrose.
TikTok pay?
You get paid through other deals that want you to advertise on TikTok.
How much have you made so far?
Probably 25 grand.
I shit on you. I literally shit on you. You guys can hang, right?
We can handle it.
No, like people cry on my podcast. I'm not
Okay.
joking.
Okay.
Oh, he'll make you cry.
I'd love to see it.
They're awesome people.
You did earlier for the photo?
I don't think you could make these people cry. Just try.
Yeah.
Your father hates you.
You like,
Shut up, man.
you like backhand or front hand?
What the fuck? With that voting question, you can't do this, bro. I'm really good at that.
Yeah, you're a machine. You're a machine.
Yo, I forgot my wallet. Can you buy me something? Emma, I want a Sprite. Yeah, this is like
Where are you from?
Friends.
Did they pay these broads? Do you not know who I am? You never seen my IRL streams? I drop girls to their knees 100 times in a row on live.
France. Ah, tu parles français?
Oui.
Je mangeais baguette avec mon ami.
It's always like that. You always speak like French, like oui, oui, baguette, croissant, bonjour.
Sneeko, this is right up your alley. She studies hospitality
Yeah, I got the
management.
Sprite.
That's exactly what you studied.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wait, I think we have the same class.
No.
Professor Richards?
No, I'm in France. I'm in Hawaii.
Oh, comment ça va? We have the same professor.
Can you bear?
I feel like you owe him for leaving him on the project.
I'm waiting for marriage, personally.
Oh no, not me.
All right, if that's the case, let me get your Instagram.
All you.
What's your Instagram? This is a BBC interview, by the way.
Oh.
You know the
Hi.
BBC?
Yeah.
Do you like BBC?
Yeah.
Can you? We're trying to get as many people to like admit that they like the BBC on camera.
Oh, I like the BBC. I like the BBC. I like the BBC.
Do you like her name, Marine? He loves your name. If you had to wipe one race out of existence, what would it be?
None. I don't have an answer for that. Okay, so do you think the Earth is flat or round?
Round, come on. Round, of course, yeah, round.
Do you think women should vote?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, of course.
Okay,
Yeah.
you?
Trying to get my biceps in there.
Oh, wait.
It's a great.
I like the BBC.
What do you think? Chop it up in two, right? I'm feeling that. So cut out the political one. What are you guys saying? Your app sucks. He actually had the funniest clip. I just can't show it. He's edgy. Needs quicker cuts. Dude, are you trying to make us puke? Come on.
Yes.
Is it?
Okay, no.
I'd say no.
The father.
He bring in the money. He's a businessman.
Do you have Democrat friends?
I do.
Yeah, I don't think I want quicker cuts. Do you? Don't cut it because people will clip the good parts and put it on TikTok and YouTube Shorts. You think? Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. A lot of people didn't like the political Israel part. It was slow talking. You're right. Yeah. Would you date a Jew? What are you, Mossad? The fuck are you doing here? How should I chop this up, man? Let me think. Hmm. Damn. Okay, we'll chop it. Okay, someone tell Dead Hexer we want to chop. These guys are funny. This is good. This was not bad. Yeah, we'll chop all this. We'll make this into like 2 seconds. Let's tell a Dead Hex to do this. Yeah, I mean, that's only like an hour of footage. I'll be doing 6 hours a day in Miami. So we're going to have a lot of good stuff. Do you like this game plan? Or am I overhyping it? It seems like I should have been doing this a long time ago. Right?
I'd say no. I think Drake is like big enough where that makes it work. Like that's a yeah.
Right.
And he's not half bad.
Looks fun too.
She's more honest than you, Emma.
I personally. Hey, a little liar over there. No, I'm not a liar. Like I actually
You're saying no to Drake.
Yes. Nah, there's no way she's saying no to Drake.
If you.
I'm even pulling your leg.
Yeah, maybe I'll do one in a suit and a haircut.
Of course. Okay. See, the truth comes out from the demons. Okay, you just have to dig. Guys, remember when Drake wants to smash, that's STD Central, right? Yeah. You guys have never had anything. No, you don't want anything. No, I do not. Say no to Drake. Okay. And say yes to Jesus.
Okay.
Okay.
You're making a point. You're making a point.
Arab, come give her the kiss of life.
No.
You guys are coming to Christ today. Come here. Okay. Which one are you? Which one's getting baptized? Wait, let's get a thumbnail. You guys like pretend to be like I'm Drake, and you guys are like my bitches. Dear God, in Jesus' name, let these harlots be rid of their demonic spirits, and let them come back to you. In Jesus' name and the Holy Spirit.
Do some for Christmas, Vancouver. Yeah. Miami's just more content. People are more colorful.
Let them pray to the Father, and let the devil Ryan burn in hell.
Amen. Amen.
Give them a kiss. Hurry up. Let's go. Yo, hey, grab their number. Let's get out of here. Either with God or you're a Democrat. There it is. Are you Catholic?
Catholic.
Okay. Now check this out. Do you have Democrat friends?
I do.
You're going to hell.
I like the logo.
100%. John. There's a good thumbnail here.
Ladies.
No. Let's Nico.
Ladies.
No.
Yes. Oh shit. 10 out of 10. Hire him. Yeah. Hire him. Yeah. I gotta take.
So, and you're voting as a Christian?
Yes. So from Canada.
Asking Joe Biden be able to vote.
Yes. Yes.
What?
I just got blessed. Can you take a photo of us with him? Just got baptized.
Do you think women should be able to vote?
Yes. Yes.
What? Why? Are you with the devil?
Oh my God. Why don't you think women should vote?
Because of the Bible.
What does the Bible
you guys
say?
Have you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Yes. I'm a Christian.
So, and you're voting as a Christian?
Yes. So from Canada.
Asking Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
Oh no.
Yeah, like
Trump.
this
Trump,
is
baby. He bringing the money. Trump.
Why Trump?
He bringing the money.
Now,
He's a businessman. This is economy.
Now, what about people who say you've been brainwashed?
By who?
Republicans.
I mean, brainwash how though?
If minorities like us vote for Trump, then we're brainwashed by rich white men. That's what they say. Unless it's Kanye. Then he says something else, right?
Yeah, you know, I respect that. You know what I'm saying? At the same time.
Would you add sound effects to this?
But he's a fascist. Hey, Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Oh God, that's a hard one.
Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Joe Biden.
Why though?
I'm gay. Not.
But when he sniffs children, isn't that kind of weird? Have you seen those videos?
Those videos. So that's totally out of context.
What about when he's grabbing like the 8-year-old girl?
What about when Joe Biden is?
How about no?
Yeah. How about just no?
Okay. Donald Trump or Joe Biden? Slow down. You got nowhere to go. Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Donald, from here.
Base. Very good. Okay. We like him? Oh, he's corrupt. He's a corrupt man. They always come back.
We're with the BBC.
We're asking political. You guys want political? Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Fuck
Just do it.
Why?
Why? What do you mean why?
I mean, we're asking why. Why do you?
Look up Donald Trump and you tell me why.
But isn't the alternative Joe Inflation Biden?
No inflation Biden?
Kanye for president.
Oh gosh,
I'm from
Kanye?
Chicago. I kind of gotta like him.
Who is Kanye with?
Nobody. He's with himself.
He is.
And what about when Joe Biden is sniffing children? Have you seen that?
He sniffs
He
children.
says children?
You haven't seen the clips?
That's what they call him, Pedo Joe.
Yeah, that's why. Well, there's many reasons.
Pedo Joe.
Yeah.
Pedo Joe sniffs kids. Kids. I got
Donald
kids.
Trump hates kids.
You
So
sniff
what's
your
our-
own kids?
Yeah, I hate mine sometimes too, and I sniff them.
Well, he doesn't sniff his own kids. Oh, actually, his daughter.
He sniffs other people's kids.
Other people, all right.
Daughter's diary. She says that they were having showers together, and it was inappropriate.
The daughter was having showers.
With Joe Biden.
When she was, how old was she first?
She was 8. I think it was 8.
8? No clothes on?
Why does the age matter? It's his daughter.
I mean, if she was, well, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Forget your friends. Come with us. You're on our.
Where
You're
we
on our
going?
team.
You like
We're
what
going
Kanye
to-
says?
Do I like what Kanye says?
Yeah, like you think Kanye's crazy or no?
I think Kanye crazy as fuck, but that's why we like him.
Okay.
He look cool. He's spitting all of the facts.
In a good way.
In a good way.
Okay.
Come here. Huh? He's the best. Yes. Let's go, baby.
Wait, why?
You're getting canceled today.
Sir.
Hey, don't tell me.
Okay.
Tell me.
He said don't talk to me. I went to Ireland for St. Patrick's Day, so I know how to drink a Guinness
Yes,
if she needs me to.
She moved here at 21, so she's very Irish. All my family.
How old is she?
Yeah.
Is your mom hot?
Yeah. You want to see a photo?
Yeah.
Let me find some.
Just FaceTime your. Nah.
Film this,
Wrong
film
guy. Trump or Biden?
Trump or Biden? I mean,
Too much thinking.
that's what you gotta do. You gotta think before you make a decision.
You got to think about the one who's not touching children on an island.
I want to chop this up too.
There's no third option. That's the problem.
God and Satan. There's only
Tell that Xer at God and Satan. Let's chop from here.
2 options. Should women vote?
Of course.
Or maybe not.
You're not voting.
You like Elon Musk?
He's cool.
We'll cut out this Elon question.
Conservative.
Conservative? I'm a capitalist.
A capitalist.
Yeah, this part's got to go.
Which strip club are we going?
What else we got?
She studies hospitality. Where are you from?
Yeah, that part's all got to go. The rest is, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I think we have the same class.
No.
Professor Richards?
No, I'm in.
What do you think? Yeah. Get out. All the bad questions got to go. This filter's kind of hard on the eyes, though. Too late. I like this filter better. Right? I was supposed to upload this like weeks ago, but there was someone in my life who was hurting bad, and I was like, since I can't explain what's happening between us, this video would just add to her fucking paranoia. Even though nothing happened, it's like I would like hold it till now. But no, it's fine. What do you think? Are we stoked for Miami or what? I feel like it's a lot of work. It's like a chore when I say Miami. What a good chore. Oh, you'd be bothered if you got some kind of self-harm type message too, bro. It's not healthy, but this was supposed to be uploaded weeks and weeks ago. Diminish, you just messaged me about the emotes. Do you want to get rid of the old emote? Okay, we can do that. No, that was a long time ago. Those messages, that was weeks ago. And I was there for that. I'm going to stick to only the good questions, and I'm going to write them down. But usually if I have a microphone in my hand, I'm too bored to ask anything stupid. I have to make it fun for myself too. So now I just need an apartment, or I might even do an Airbnb for a couple of months and get some friends out there. And a videographer. I have one, but need a backup. I'm going to ask conspiracy questions too. Yeah, for sure. Is Airbnb for that long economical? Apparently it's more than renting, because I'm a Canadian, so I have to kind of get a work visa and shit if I stay too long. But I think a couple of months. I like staying just a couple of months and coming back to Canada, because then I don't fuck around. I go, oh, I have limited time. Yeah, I can get on Fresh and Fit. I know I can. But again, I want my own show. I don't have the uncut footage. When I just deleted everything. Yeah, this is too long. We gotta chop this. Scumcy's gonna take me? Hell yeah, take me to the rich areas. What I kind of love about Miami is, isn't it strange how I've been everywhere in the US and Miami has the most beautiful women? I thought LA would. But even in Bootsy's nightclub and stuff, they were like trash last year when I was with Jackson Haas, almost a year and a half ago. We were at Bootsy's. Women in Miami are so, because I'm all about looks. You know, the man should be pretty, the woman should be pretty, or else it's cringe. And damn, those girls are in Miami. I only saw 30-year-olds though. I saw older, 35-year-old, right? And I'm not even used to that because I usually date way younger than me. But I remember thinking, I'm like, everyone looks so good here, you know. I shouldn't date out there. Tempting. They're all Latina. It's going to be mostly South Beach content. Can do daytime. I might even do morning time content and nighttime. And it's so cool that Destiny's there. He lives in South Beach now. So that's a good ally to have. Who edited this video? I have a team of editors, but mostly me. For the cuts, I mean. Yeah, we're cool. The theme of your whole channel should be getting girls to repent and thumbnails like this. Oh, you want this one to be the thumbnail? I wanted this to be the thumbnail. Something like this. But I realized I'm not big enough to this. Hold on.
Do you have Democrat friends?
This. But I guess I should do the girls, right? We'll do this as thumbnail or something goofy. Yeah. Yeah, the whole theme of my channel should be dropping girls to their knees in front of the Lord. Yeah. And I kind of like reminding them in their heads to not be hoes. You know? I feel like that's the one good thing about the channel. The rest is just like making them into lol cows, but... good trolling, good pickup, and a theme of God. I love that idea. It's something I can get behind fully, where I don't feel like I'm wasting time out there. If I posted videos like this every single day for 60 days straight and didn't miss once, how many subs do you think I'm getting? And collabs with bigger people, because people like the growth. You know, they're like, oh, he's got potential, let's collab. We'll just hit up some people. I was thinking like 300K is a lot. The goal is to like really take over this algorithm. The tricky part is I'm gonna need a team of TikTokers to do this. It's TikTok that's gonna get people to YouTube, and YouTube's gonna get people to this stream. And I said, I'm like, I want my teeth done before I do this kind of content. I was like, we're ready to go. I look like a Fox News host. I just hate how many people are going to copy me with the whole bitch you're sinning and all that, right? It's going to be a lot of copycats. They won't be dropping anyone to their knees, let's be honest. When is this happening? Well, that's the thing. It's this January. Early January. So we got a month to prepare. Yeah, Sneeko told me, he's like, you need 10 people pushing your TikToks and you just go viral. I'm like, that works? He's like, oh yeah. I was like, okay, I'll do it with my turbo content. This is Operation Warp Speed. Cheers. Yeah, become a Jordan Peterson type and regret this stuff? Nah. Can't regret comedy. I can regret it if I'm taking it too serious. All right, let's upload. Fuck it. Let's do a thumbnail right now. Yo, Diminish, can you pick... Is Diminish in chat?
Yeah.
You're going to hell.
You're a machine.
I like the BBC.
Do you think women should be... Do you have Democrat friends?
Okay, where's
You're
the
going to hell.
screenshot? Here? We'll screenshot here. No, I kind of want to upload with the boys, everyone in this chat liking it. I think it's a good time. What is this? John's Royale tier list cast? What the fuck? You guys want to do this? Okay, who's first? What's her name? Is this 11K? Okay, I think it is. 11K, she's cool, she's funny, she's toxic. C? I guess I get kind of excited when she's on with her sister. Maybe not. Maybe not that much. I guess D is fine because I don't hate her. Adriana Lee. D. Sometimes she's a good feminist on the cast, but I mean, it's better Adriana than a lot of other people. You'll see what I mean. Next up is Anivar. Oh, this is like A tier. We love you, Anivar. Super sweet girl. Not a hoe, actually. So she makes me look good when she's around my people. Yeah. And just a drunk. She's just a drunk, but she's like a tier 3, so we'll keep her here. BX Bullet never shows up. She never shows up for any of them. She's always late. Is this Celebi? Here's my flat earth, but yeah, here's fun. Is it Celebi? Christina's great. Christina helps out a lot. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Do I want her there? Christina, where do I put my baby? My baby girl. She's, yeah. Oh, shit. I'm gonna regret that one. Where would you put her? Yeah, I'm being biased, but I don't care. All right, Datum. Giga Datum is at A. He's always pissed someone off on my shit. He's pretty good. He's good. S, sometimes it's like, S is pretty high, dude. S is like, we'll see. Deathly Ill. She contributes. Right? Oh, here it's S. I forget your name, sir. This is what S is. This guy just called every ho. He didn't give a fuck. Dylan was impressive. Right? He didn't let them get away with hoeing. I like him. See, when you don't let someone get away with hoeing, what you're really doing is saving their soul. And Dylan he's a soul saver. Oh, yeah. Elijah. Elijah's an easy A. Elijah always got zingers. He always triggers someone. And Elijah's easy A. Panda. Panda is a good co-host, but he's not toxic. He's too nice. He doesn't damage the guests. Oh, we have the Frenchie. Frenchie is good. I like Frenchie. He's good shit. Who's this guy? This is too small of a picture. It's Ghostfather? I had him on once or twice. And what would you put him? He kind of doesn't pay attention. See? No, I know who he is. What the fuck? Okay. See, it is. Is that too generous? Gunnar Gooch. If it's up to me, I would say Gunnar's easily. Boom. Not better than Anna. He's definitely A tier. I mean, Gunnar is... He drops bass takes. He's funny. He's in a swamp of hoes, but he doesn't turn into one. You know what I mean? He never actually changes his opinions because of the people around him. I like that. Is this Hockey? I remember Hockey. Hockey is B tier. Hockey was great. Sometimes he was like me. He was like rambly. That's one thing I didn't like about myself. I used to get rambly too. I ramble, man. I'm like an old man rambling. But Hockey is this young virgin guy. He's a good dude. We set him up with Kaz, you remember? Jeez, this is a throwback. Harley, easy. S tier. Harley, whether he's being sweet or mean, and he's never mean, he always brings kicks. He always boosts it, even when no one's trying. Right? Haas Al Ghul. This is the best guy on the show. Like, let's be honest. Haas is S as fuck. Haas is the only dude in my life to say, Zherka, everything you talk about, double down on it more. Don't ever change. He told me that like a week ago. He's right. Heel Mike. Where did you put Heel Mike? Sometimes the drinking gets him to S, but it's rare. For podcasts, it's so rare. I would be him. That's it. Yeah. Heel Mike is hit or miss for lover host or any podcast. He gets a little, yeah. But every time he's been on, he's been up here. He's hung. What does that mean? He's hung. No, that's not what I meant. All right. He's hung in there. You. I'm kidding. You's great. B tier, easily. Easily B tier. It's always good to have you on the show because anytime no one's paying attention, he'll wrap it up and he'll be like, that's enough, guys. You're being boring as fuck. You was great. A tier. Dunkel. Dun, dun, dun. Dunkel is B tier. Rambles more than you. But you guys effing him? Now, that's personally what I think. But to be fair, I would be him. Lower than F. Here? He gets pushed around. All right, D, let's compromise. Ink bites. Dun, dun, dun. Inky. Tricky one. Inky is great. She's a Rambler. Okay, then we'll put her with the Ramblers. B tier for Inky. Next we have the Feminist. What to do with the Feminist? B tier for me. She was good on the Oz ones. Is that fair? Next we have Jackson Hinkle. Easy A tier. He's funny as hell. Right? Royale comes back tomorrow. Shit. I gotta prepare for that. Jaw. I love Jaw. I love Jaw. High B. But Jaw can be overbearing sometimes. Actually, I like that. Next, we have Joker. Is that Joker? Jeez, my community has got like such weird 9/11-y photos. Retard tier list. Yeah. I don't know. Joker, I would put him up here. He's good shit. Cammy. K-Bubble's sister. The fuck is that? R tier. Cammy. Kaz. Kaz is great. Kaz is in chat right now. Yeah, we love Kaz. Kaz is cool. Kaz is our favorite virgin. You have 800 new followers. Kiana Bot. Kiana Bot. Kiana, despite what she thinks of me, I gotta give it to her. She is Boom. She's made some of them good, but she didn't show up that much. It's too big. It's too big of a deal. Next, we have Lav Crazy Loon. My only issue is this girl used to flirt so heavy with me. I felt like, what are you doing, bro? I felt it's too aggressive, bro. Lav Loon. She did ditch some of my shows, right? She rage quit. Boom. She DM'd me recently. I don't like the video you did and how you spoke about me, John. And I said, I don't care. I'll go to war for Steve. And she's like, what the fuck? Okay, next we have... Why can't I remember this guy's name? Who is this? I know that name. That's Logan? What? Really? I thought Logan's a white dude. What did Logan do on my show that was crazy? Did he get banned from the show? A few times? Okay. Next, we have Monkai. Logan, I'm leaving you here because I don't even remember. Monkey is easily higher than S tier goated god status. This is like... Monkey's the greatest thing to ever happen to the show. When he just copy pastes all my talking points, that's exactly what the host wants to see. That's actually what I was waiting. I was waiting for that so I can just, stop talking and let you do the fucking base talk. Like, you have such base talk. Like, you have such great advice, It's like, how did you come to these conclusions, Monkey? Now we have Malik. Where do you guys want Malik? Malik, which is actually a different name for Moloch. These spirits exist. They degenerate our souls. I would do that, yeah. B for the Joker. Who is this? Is that Mikey? Is that Mikey Stir? Alright, Mikey is definitely high B. He's good. He's good for the show. Not too spicy, but yeah. Next we have Mini Dawn. Mini muted. Mini gets muted so much for interrupting. It's scary. Look how dark he looks. He looks so dark here. He looks evil. Mini is boom right there. It's 12-hour shadow box. Okay, next we have Lauren. Forget her name. What's her handle? Lauren something. Who is this? Yeah, misbehaving. Now, I like that episode where she cried because I said something about her father. I said, this is not what your father wants. And she teared up. No, I said, I interpreted one of her dreams and she cried. And she's like, that was beautiful. As in, I'm like a genius or something. I am like a genius. But she showed her pussy on stream, so she's going to F tier. Now we have Frogan. Or do you guys want Frogan? Yeah, we're not rewarding that behavior. What the fuck? Frogan's good. She belongs high seat. Boom. Boom. Next is Nina, the devil serpent woman. Mm-hmm. Where? Yeah, Nina goes to 4D. Next we have Nixie. Nixie QC. Nixie goes. She's been great. She's based. She's anti everything we're anti. She's up here. Be like that. Next we have Paris Rain. Paris is up to you guys, really. For me, it's an A. Always contributes, but she threw her ex under the bus. We didn't like that. Because Dylan killed it, Kaz. What the fuck? Unmute Paris. Yeah, we'll see. Next, we have Jillian. Miss Peanut Butter Jelly Time. Or how you guys know her, 2022. GF 2020. Cyber GF of 2022. How the fuck is she getting that much hate? Wow. Nobody liked when I was with her? I thought you guys were trolling me. What, I choose the wrong girls? F tier for hurting you. I don't know. I want to give her more credit. This is the only girl I've regret dumping because I realized that was cruel. That's not, you never dump someone and do that and then go back to them on calls. It should have been all in person and then we would have been good. In person, conversation, and we would have been healthy. We would have never embarrassed ourselves. That's what I should have done. You know what I mean? Is that cope? I don't know if that's cool because it's like, why do I need those clips up anyway of me? No, I tried everything I could to date this girl, and I said, if you choose a Halloween party over me, it's done. And then she did, and that led to like 1 month of arguing. Like, that was... And really, I was coping because she was like kind of alone in it. Not anymore. Not alone anymore, but she is kind of dumb. Now that I look back, I'm like, damn. When someone's crying and regretting it, and then you've made up your mind, and then I regret it. I was looking up, and I'm like, usually it's like me that has to fix it, and you'd be the adult, but I'm not doing it this time. And I was thinking the whole time, I was like, why did I spend a year with that person? You know what I mean? A whole year? Did she hit the lottery or something? She get me for a whole year? That's like me not responding to bitches for a year, me giving attention to one person, damaging podcasts for this person. Like, what was I thinking? I know what I was thinking. I wanted vacations. Yeah. You want to put her on random? Well, she is kind of random now. God, it sucks that these people stream, dude. Never date someone who's have to hear about this shit. Ugh. Well, they're saying F tier, bro. I'm not effing. Effing's worse. She was not even on my podcasts. Right? Anytime she was on my podcast, she was DMing me, hey, that girl is flirting too hard with you. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? She was not really a part of my podcast. We'll rate her as a girlfriend. She was... first 7 months, S tier, would marry. And then the last bit, when the anxiety spiked, it was like unbearable. And now degenerated soul, random. Now that she's out to be exactly what she hates, that is sad. Who's this guy? Why can't I see that up close? That's Hunter? Hunter is A tier, but he has a fleshlight. I don't like that fleshlight thing. Next, we have Queen Evil. Nephilim. Queen's pretty cool. She made a lot of these. Yeah, I remember asking her to come back a lot of times. Yeah, he doubled down on that itching thing. Who is this covering their face? Oh, that's Corantos. That's a mask. Corantos A tier. Can get annoying sometimes. Can ramble more than me. Who's this guy? Is that Relum? How many podcasts has Relum been on? I don't remember Relum ever being on. Just IRL. Rez. Where do you put Rez? Rez talks about a cult. Talks about hidden secrets. Conspiracy guy, but he's Jewish. I'm kidding. Okay. What's next? I don't want to leave Jill here. This is cruel. All right. Even though she's degenerated, still a human. You know what I hate the most about dating someone? I haven't done this since 2016, and I didn't take this that serious because I was like, it's an e-girl. But you ever think you gotta do this in front of God? Everyone you've dated, you gotta rewatch your life in front of God, and you gotta explain what's happening to God. So I can't even see this picture. I'm like, fucking, I feel so guilty. I feel so fucking bad because I let this girl for like 30 days suffer until she became the cool girl to degenerate and go for. She hates degens. I don't know what the fuck happened to her. But yeah, has to be my fault. Like, that is Jesus. Jesus Christ, save that girl. Okay, earthly. Where you put earthly? Earthly C. He's not a conspiracy guy. He just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what they're trying to do to him. You know, he doesn't understand the world. Yeah. What if you date an e-girl but you're not a streamer yourself? My dude, look, in the first few months, that person was good, but there's this thing where if someone is on social media, they're poison, dude. A lot of people are not on social media for money. They're on here for attention. It's like me in the beginning. That's not a healthy mind, dude. Like, which e-girl do you know is dating someone that they're going to marry? Probably none of them. And so when we tune into their streams when they're like 35 and 40, we're going to feel horrible. We're going to be like, oh, it's not Keck W anymore. You know what I mean? That's why they actually act out and do disgusting shit. Is because they know their time's coming. And as men, we live, hey, cheers to being a man. I know women in my chat hate when I talk like this. And it's a sick world where you guys just get used and dogged and whatever. But I was such a fucking good guy for the first 6 months. When I stopped ignoring and all that, when I started getting back into relationship mode. So I'm glad I show a degenerated soul. Like loyalty. I don't think these e-girls have ever been shown loyalty. But at the end of the day, they're still broken from the relationship. It's like, well, healthy now, but look at, you're going to see what's coming my way. You're about to see it. Yeah, I'm coping because that's really like, I hate to say it's her failure when it's like, dude, we're the men. It's our failure. These are children, dude. These are not like our moms. Yeah, but I knew there's something wrong with her when it was always about money. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of these e-girls, their finances are like weird. They need money. Okay. Yeah, I knew something was up, bro. Because when you think about it, Tapia is an A-S tier. Tapia is loyal chatter. He gets my mind. He gets the podcast. He hates degeneracy, but he's not afraid of it. He'll jump in it. He'll jump in the pig pit with these pigs. And don't get me wrong, a lot of these people are my friends, but they're pigs. Right? Most of these people on here are going to hell. Right? We'll see how much I redeem myself in the next 40 years. But every day closer to God, I swear I'm on my way. Right? And I remember God telling me, don't date her. Because only one of you can be crazy. It can't be both. This was warning me. You know what else? I gotta apologize to this other girl. There's this girl on Twitch I never talked about. She's got like 4 million followers. And I was so cruel to her. And she sent me like this giant essay 2 years ago saying, hey, I flew out for you and all that. And you just ignored me after we had 2 great dates together. Super great. And I did her like the other one where the only person I haven't done that to is Jill. Because I didn't ignore her. I was live. So that's not ignoring. Ignoring is like not going live and ignoring. But, yeah, that girl is like one of my biggest, like she has to think that I'm evil for that. Yeah. And it's, you know what's sad is I ghosted a girl better than me. Sweet girl, nice girl, low body count, makes money, knows Joe Rogan, you know, she's like in there. But and it's weird. It wasn't because I didn't click with her. It's because I wanted money. And that was the start of Twitch streaming. Way before 7K subs. You know what I mean? But I already sent her an apology. I'm like, yeah, man, website. It just makes you... When you don't meet the right people, you still kind of fuck over the good people, you know? What's her name? Oh, I don't want to say that. People already know. Who is this kid? I know this kid. I forget his name. Earthly. No, Earthly's here. Vugar. Yeah, this kid's like a fucking rat, you know? Like me and Miss PB Jellytime, we had like 10 breakups. Like we used to have not real breakups unless it was me doing it because I would lose my shit. But hers were kind of like just whatever. And this guy Vugar, he like would swoop into her her chat to try and win her over. And if you don't know what she's like, anyone I think is pathetic, she thinks is pathetic, especially the people she stays with. So it's like, it was just weird to see. But I remember being live in my chat telling me that, and I got so angry. I was like, bro, I platformed your bitch ass, right? What are you doing? Like, it's not like I'm worried you're taking the e-girl, right? That e-girl's gonna fucking go to hell, bro. She needs to pray. It's that you're making me look bad for platforming you. It looks like I platform weirdos, right? Because it's all fun and games until Zherka DMs someone's girl. And then, whoa, John, you're kind of satanic. I've had so many people message me. I actually really liked her. What are you talking? Every girl on this website belongs to me. Have you not seen my DMs? They all belong to me. Meaning, if you piss me off, your crush is the love of my life. Oh, I love her. I've been way too nice to some of these dweebs. And then I do way too mean afterwards. It's no balance. Okay, Wake Wilder. Okay, I'm not gonna put Wake because he contributes and Jill didn't really. This looks like I didn't love Jill when I dropped her down, but she wasn't a part of the fucking podcast, bro. It's just, I don't want a guy who talks all the time and then her to be on the same one. You know what I mean? Wake is an A. Easy A. Boom. I'd go even higher, but I'm trying to wrap this up. Final Boss Winter. Now, this girl's a genius. She's cutthroat. Well, it's really because of her we have nice podcasts. Let's be honest. It's like, I'm not setting that shit up. Who is this guy? George's. Is that my Georgie? I love my Georgie. That doesn't look like him. Who the fuck is this? That's my George? Babe, I love you, baby. I love you, Georgie. If that's my George. I feel like that's a stranger in my home right now. I said no men under. I just noticed. That's really an honest list. Jeez. Who's the hottest here? Who's the hottest from the whole team? Next, we have the other panda. Other panda was great. And now, Destiny. Destiny consistently, I don't know why I have such a soft office in my soul for this man. I love him, dude. He's so good for content. He's interesting. Even his politics that I don't agree with, he fights for them. He's not like, I'm going to deplatform you. He fights like a fighter. I like a fighter. You know, I like a boxing YouTuber. Who's you know what I mean? Like a Jake Paul. That's who Destiny is. Hobbit, come on. Ellie flirting with me always. Moon is a random. All right, where would you put Ellie? This is an old one, but D, right here, right here. It's getting petty, bro. Look at how the bottom of this list is just degenerates. Like people who their politics are not strong. They don't stand for anything. And then the higher you go, the politics gets more extreme and more people who fight for their way of living. Isn't that crazy? Right? Because at the highest of the high, like besides me, Haas does live a very red pill life. He's like Haas will dump a chick for anything. He's very based. He doesn't mind wasting money, time, energy. He's like red. Destiny's like that too, where he could just get rid of someone. I like that. Tapia will never fall for that shit. Harley, yeah. Next we have Booksmarts. Hey, I'm remembering the names. Booksmarts was how do I remember Booksmarts? He was very smart with books. But he was also those guys that are like, if you talk to a right winger, you're platforming a Nazi type energy. So let's put him up with the Nazis. No, Booksmart is great. Go right here. The most DMs I ever got for people trying to fuck one of my guests was this girl in the middle, Paris. I had 40 plus people DM me. How do you know her? Can you get me? Can you link me with her? Hey, do you know this Paris girl? I'm like, what is it about her that's like nobody else? Everyone, every streamer, influencer, YouTuber would say, dude, the girls on your podcast aren't that nice. They're not that great, John. They used to be hotter. True, last year they were hotter. This list is kind of like the girls who like their personalities ruin them, you know. But Paris was like the most asked for. Like, I had an IRL stream with her in US and my DMs filled up and they're like, please tell me she lives in LA. And I was like, what the fuck? So what did she say on stream to make people that weird? I never told anyone because I was like, yo, Heel Mike, did you get that too? And he's like, yeah, I did. People really like this girl. I don't know. Next up is Sarada. What do you guys think of Sarada? Sarada's a good friend. Yeah, I love her to death. She's like, anytime I need something quick for my podcast, she'll do it. She's canceled a couple times, but whatever. She's busy. Yeah, she's going to the woman zone. A woman section, dude. Look, it's all besides him and Relum, I don't know that well. It's all degen. It's all, hey, actually, a girl can do whatever she wants. It's all one of these guys. Actually, John, you're very cruel. That looks good. Next we have, I love this guy to death, dude. This guy was funny. Josh No Cap. Josh is easily up here. I mean, this guy will get me banned being funny. He was a little too much. I forgot what he said that I had to kick him off a show, but you know you're kicked off a show if I'm doing this. If I'm doing, you're so funny, you're definitely getting kicked the fuck off, right? I think Josh was one of those guys who's like, aren't you all you women whores? And everyone's like, whoa, bro, it's only 8 p.m. What are you doing, bro? The show just started. And so I had to boot him. I was like, hey, man, don't say what we're all thinking, bro. Don't fucking say it, right? Don't do that. You know, sometimes I wonder if I was a woman, how hard is it to not be a whore? You know what I mean? Like, if you're a woman, isn't that a chore? Like strangers' dick and shit. Isn't that like a big chore? I think of a date for a guy as a chore. Literally. You know what I mean? Even like the optics. You'd be a hoe, John. You like attention. Yeah, all right. I'd be an attention hoe, but do you really think I'd be jumping into beds like a whore? Me? Come on, dude. If I didn't do it with testosterone as a man, you think I'd do it as a girl? And I'm really starting to double down on that study that says all hypersexual women were traumatized. Go read those studies. That shit is turning out to be really true. Go read that shit. That a woman is the brakes in the relationship. She's not supposed to be like, every woman I've been with, they're all like, I need it now, right? Or they get angry if I don't give it. And I'm like, whoa, dude, you're like becoming men. It's weird. It's like, it's never enough. You know, you could get them to nut. It's always more and more and more. And it's like they're starved because the last dude looked like fucking Shrek. So they're like, oh, Jon Zherka. But now that I know it comes from trauma, like, dude, ask a lefty girl if she's been traumatized. And she'll say, yeah, recently and when I was a kid. And you'll be like, whoa. Does that make sense? And at some point I got Docs, you're in chat. You said to me, you're like, you only base the world off Twitch girls. And you're right. That's exactly why I think they're all traumatized. Because in the real world, you just meet a girl on the street, she's not traumatized. It's mostly in this space. And what is it about trauma that makes people performative and they go live seeking attention? Like they want rulership of the dick. It's very creepy. It's like, yeah, well, it's based off entertainment value because Twitch girls come onto this platform without ever getting into the real world and having real life experiences, and so a lot of them are spoiled. Well, no, a lot of them have had regular jobs. That's why they're so money hungry, because they get a taste of like Donos, right? Although I'm not gonna lie, dude, being a streamer is fucking heaven on earth. Like, I appreciate, and I never say this first time in 3 years, I actually, from the bottom of my soul, fuck with you guys. Like, dude, I wish I could legally upload my old life and compare it. I wish this is my old life. Hey, you're not coming in. You're not coming in the club, bro. And then we'll just start into a fight. How the fuck is that $10, $15 an hour? How the fuck is that with fucking random guy who had 2 beers, but he's already a zombie? And you have no idea what a street fight is, man. It's such unreal fear. Fighting the unknown, like if it's a boxing match, you know he doesn't have a knife and shit. But on the streets, and I'd always finish, it would get broken up most of the time. It's not like I'd always win. But when it get broken up, he'd be like shirt ripped and he'd be like, yeah, get this guy fired. And I'd be there so excited to be like, all right, let's go again. But think about it. I was doing that for $15 an hour. You know, my life now is like, how do you want me to let go of this when I'm that fucking blessed? You know what's the scariest thing that I don't ever talk about? I think I said this twice or 3 times. The only thing I used to watch is Speaker's Corner, and I'd always root. I was always rooting for the Christian because he was making a lot of sense. And then I did my first prayer without Christ, just to God. And it worked. And I'm like, what the fuck? And for years, I pretended like it wasn't a pastor. I pretended that, my narcissism took over. So for years, I said that prayer was all me. I pretended like I wasn't, my psyche wasn't charged with the Bible. It was just charged because I believe in God. But the truth is, it was that, the black guy, Christ Forgiveness channel, David Lynn. And then years later, I watch Walter Veit, which is like 2 months ago, or 4 months ago almost. Walter Veit, I watched his videos, and that guy evangelized the shit out of me. That guy will make you into a Christian so fast, it's scary. And I still didn't pull the trigger. I was like, nah, I still can't do religion. It's just too much. It's got to be fairy tale, man. I wouldn't pull the trigger. Then it was this, right when I was converting, it, like actually, not God, but actually say Christ's name. I said, we're watching a video with my chat with this guy everyone was making fun of, with long hair, Australian guy, right? And he turned to me after showing me 9 million examples of the ruling class targeting Christ. And he turns to the camera, and we were all live making fun of him. Oh, loser, cuck, this. And I was joining in. I was like, guys, haha. We were making fun of him for 2 hours, and he was showing everything correct. And, he just knew everything. And he turns to the camera, and he's like, they hate Jesus, and they hate Jesus, and they hate for like 2 hours. And then he turns to the camera, looked at me and my chat as we were clowning him, and he said, how can they hate something that's not real? And my whole chat and me stopped memeing. And I looked at my chat, this is like 3 months ago. I looked at my chat and I'm like, that has to be the greatest fucking argument for Christ I've ever seen. Because he snapped me out of memeing. And the next day, everyone DM'd me, they're like, yo, that guy we're making fun of was based as shit. He was based as fuck. And it was like chills down your spine when he says it. That guy blew me away. Then I go through this and I see this the scientist, what's the Japanese guy's name? This is going to get good. What's the Japanese guy's name? Thanks, bitch. Is it Michio Kaku? Yeah, the famous Japanese guy. Yeah, I think it's that guy that does science and stuff. He said everything, string theory and everything in our universe is connected to Kabbalah. He said all of it has been explained through Kabbalah before science. What? I have the clip. And he's talking about the Old Testament, really. Isn't that weird? Why would he say, isn't science supposed to be anti-Bible? And it's not like he promotes the Bible. He just said that everything was explained before science through Kabbalah and Hermetic practices. And I was like, yeah, I guess these ancient geniuses actually figured out what's going on. You hear what I'm saying? He's a schizo. My dude, look at this. I'm going to blow you away. If you ever want to come to Christ, if you think it's a better life, and not in an aesthetic way, like most whores are Christian and shit like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actually see the book as even literal, not just allegorical. Look at this. Everything that rules you brings back the Garden of Eden and the snake, right? Everything that ruled. Look at this shit. Lucius Trust. This is the Lucifer company that funded the United Nations. Look at Balenciaga, dude. It's always Satanists at the billionaire material world. In the material world, billions is power. It's always Satanists. Like, how can you look at Balenciaga and say it's just art, bro? Are you out of your mind? And those rituals work, right? Where you say the incantation and you cut your finger with blood. They work. Even prayer works. You just got to get good. It's so hard to tune into the frequency of God when you have so much Masonic media and like there's so much Masonic media that I feel like I deserve to date the degenerate because I've degenerated. I've had such a horrible life. That's how programmed we all are, you know? That's fucked up, dude. Are you a Christian or Muslim? After saying all that, I'm surprised, bro. You're shocking me. Okay, Wild Latina. I was hard on her. Personally, I think she should apologize to my subscriber. I'll never let that go. But time and time again, she's pulled through. She's been good on the podcast. And I don't think she's done that much disgusting shit on Twitch. You know what I mean? Like, I know her background and the people she's involved with. It seems like she's one of the more pure ones. Or from what I hear. She cheated on House for you. No, they weren't even dating, and she was dead ass, like, new to him. Right? Okay. Look at Paris. Thanks for feeding my ego. That was great. Paris, I know I spent a year being kind of mean to you, but I'm not feeding your ego. These guys want to pipe you. Like, I should start selling you out. I should start renting you. What's it called if we rent her out to men? Like, what did you even say, Paris, to make people so into you? Because I still remember how we met Paris. It was we met Paris we were doing a Tinder stream, and then we were supposed to meet her, and we didn't meet for 1 year. And she's like, what the fuck? And then we streamed after a year. That's how much I procrastinate for my real life. Everything's Twitch. Isn't that weird? That is really weird. And I was kind of cruel too, Paris. Because I was going to set something up and stream, and then we just, you know me, I just fucking turned the app off forever. Yeah, we muted you a lot too. That was pretty mean. You could tell that I'm like in my feelings, bro. I feel like I've done so much mean shit to these streamers. But you try doing 30-hour streams and having a headache, and then someone starts saying stupid shit, you know? I can't wait to have this We're going to have a podcast tomorrow. We're going to have it coming back. And Winter is going to be doing it with Christina again. So, yeah. But I'm not paying Winter this time. Because I was like, dude, I'm cutting on some expenses. Because I keep ditching podcasts. I'm not paying for shit I ditch. You know? I've ditched 2 already. You know? And you know, I ditched 2 podcasts not to hurt the person who's talking about harming and all this weird shit. I did it for that. And yeah, I total retard of me. Like, R's in the chat for me, bro. Like, that is, I don't know, dude. This is why I feel like I'd be a bad dad. Is like everyone I've ever dated is like a daughter, and I believe they're bullshit a lot. You know, oh yeah, it's just a little girl, like whatever, she can have her way for this, and I get to ditch work. When have I ever thought of that? I can get to ditch work. Hell no, we got such a good community. We're rich as fuck, and we're ditching work to not hurt feelings. Fuck out of here. But Latina, I actually put her higher up, but I still want her to apologize to that guy. That she humiliated me with Dunkel. This is the fakest I've ever looked in my life. Okay, Petey's great. Petey's great. Nothing but good for Petey. Petey is a MAGA gay dude who is an open Satanist, but he knows his time's coming. He knows the Lord is after him. Moat Simulator, am I saying it right? Who made this tier list too? This is pretty cool. Moises made this? He went and found everyone? Wow. Nice, Moises. Mode Simulator. Should go here. B rank. Now we have Moises. Moises is just a funny dude. With that Amaranth situation, that was hilarious. Right? Even though he hangs around people who are knocked out, we love him. Is he live? Most a good dude. He has always been funny on the podcast, but he's missed some. I think he ditched one. Boom. Who's this? Why does this guy look so familiar? I met this guy at TwitchCon. That Modi? Modi's good. I like Modi. Ninu is next. Bro, I'm fucking swamped. I love Ninu to death, but she used to get me in so much trouble with her jokes, dude. Right? She used to get me in so much trouble. She'd like make a joke about like head or something in my chat. I was like, stop it, bro. Nina's good. She's just there to get bullied, yeah. Remember I called her an addict for Adderall? I'm like, you're supposed to take 3 weeks off now. Okay. Really, that's how I do it. Twitch gone hard, and then sober. 3 weeks. And then snap back into it. Just bzzzt, Miami mode. Okay. Next is Jon Zherka. What can I say about Jon Zherka? How would you describe him? I have the cutest smile on Twitch. And now I have the cutest grin too, if grin means teeth. Wholesome, loving, caring, until you cross him. Then kind of evil. Then really cruel. Then really permanent. But before that, super sweet guy. What else? Owns a lot of hair for 28 years old. What else? Most potential online. I mean, no offense to this cast, but after Miami, I don't know you people. You're about to see something special. You're about to see something crazy. What else? What can I say about Jon Zherka? Okay. I've had over 300 partners. Easily 300. I've dumped all of them, but I always went back and said, hey, are you okay? And they're like, oh, he loves me. I always fix things too. I'm a good dude. Eventually, years down the road, even some of these people on here up at the top of the top, I always call and fix it. Comet Pants, fixed it with them. Rangini, fixed it. Every single Slicker, every one I fixed it with. And fix it permanently. What else? Imagine bragging about being a whore. Men can't be whores. Alright? You do realize a chick having a lot of partners means she's getting fucked. Like, it's happening to you. It's not you doing it. Like, what if I just sit on the dick differently and I just... It's not how it works. But don't do what I did. But it gave me a lot of insight. So, still get to monetize my experience. But also made me into a princess. You know what I mean? I'm like, do this for me, do that. They all turned into slaves. Just doing everything for me. And then they get venomous after, because they're like, why was I slaving to you? And yeah. S tier. Boom. Zherka's S tier because if I get up and leave any podcast, let alone mine, the viewers go down and the spam goes up. This sucks. This sucks. This sucks. And I'm like the most charming. You know what I mean? Just charm machine. Like you give me a microphone in Miami type charm. What else do I like about myself? I spent a lot of the stream shit talking myself. I like if you sleep with a whore, you become one. Hey, I'm not arguing you, dude. It sounds like you're gonna win that one. I'm not even joking. Like with that, I know when someone comes in with an argument that heavy, I can't. No. You know what's a real question? Where are these people gonna be in 10 years? Is that evil? Because I know I'm bringing Haas with me. I know Destiny's going to be way bigger when he's older. But a lot of these people, where are they going to be in life? All their content is short term. You know? They're going to get replaced by copies. You think with kids, really? Actually, I hope so. Let's see, next is... This guy in chat says, bro, you ain't gonna make it. My dude, I haven't streamed in a month and I went live instead of at night, at morning time. For me, it's 1 p.m. morning time. We had 800 viewers all day with fat donos. I'm really good at this. I just need to turbocharge it. I need to do this. Hang on. This.
Do you have Democrat friends?
I do.
You're going to hell.
You're a machine.
I like the BBC.
Do you think women should be able to vote?
Yes.
What? Why? Are you with the devil?
Oh my God. Why don't you think women should vote?
Because of the Bible.
Just do it.
So should women vote?
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
What makes you lean towards Joe Biden?
Is it maybe because he's a pedophile?
No, it's not.
That's probably not it.
Dude, I'm good.
What brings you to...
I'm not gonna make it on this creation game, then who the fuck is? One thing I hate is the I told you so. You should have started this earlier, Zherka. I hate seeing that in my chat.
Miami. Girls trip?
My boyfriend cheated on me, so I'm...
Really?
Yeah, I was like,
we should get back at him.
We should get back at him.
Fuck him. If you're
Fuck
watching,
you,
you're
Ryan.
I was about to make out with 2 chicks.
Oh shit.
Are we getting back at your boyfriend or what?
I've never had someone fall in love so quickly than these chicks. Or one of them. Like, what did I even say? Usually they'll hide it on camera.
No, it's okay.
Sneeko, you fucked me up.
Yeah.
If you kiss him right now, your boyfriend will be mad jealous.
It's okay.
That was my first interview of the 6-hour day.
She's a woman. She's not that easy. We just met. We're just having a conversation. You can't rush us into that. Okay.
I'm sensing tension.
No.
You're making the tension right now. You're
Yeah.
making this awkward for her. Why are you out here with your toes on the street?
You gotta roughen up the dogs. You gotta strengthen.
Please pan down to the toes.
No.
Please get the toes in the thumbnail.
That's free toe.
Sometimes I think it's not really about clout because they figured out who these guys are. They're huge YouTubers. But I came in and it was like robbery.
By the way, is the girl he cheated on you with hotter than you?
No.
How big was his dick? Be honest.
I'm
Don't do this.
So white chicks dig us brown boys. Really?
I'm playing above. No.
Okay.
I have a boyfriend.
Okay.
Exactly why.
For real.
Your boyfriend cheated on you? Get the walk. Get the walk.
Oh Lord.
That walk is some BBC. We're interviewing people about the new election. You know the UK BBC?
To be honest, no. I hope my grandma doesn't see this.
So you guys don't know what BBC is?
No.
What about Blacked? You know Blacked?
Sorry?
Trump and Biden is over.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's gonna start again, right? Earth flat.
No.
Why do you think it's round?
That's what I learned in school. I don't know.
You were programmed.
Yeah, I'm a sheep, if you want to call it. I'm kidding. I don't know. The Earth is round.
Check this out. At 8 inches per mile square, curvature calculations, you should be able to see curvature at 60,000 feet. Weather balloons double the height. What was your name?
I'm Jaden. Emma.
Jaden and Emma. These weather balloons double. I'm coked out a bit, so just.
Okay.
These weather balloons double the height. They double. They go 120,000 feet. 100% on Jesus' name. And check this out. Because you think it's a ball, you're going to hell.
Okay.
You guys.
Okay.
You guys believe in hell?
No, I do not personally, no.
Why?
I'm not religious.
What happens when we die, Jaden?
I mean, are any of us dead yet? No.
I don't know. I think that you just die, maybe a little bit of your soul reincarnate. Not like actually reincarnation, but.
Have you done bad things in your life?
Yes.
Yeah, everyone has.
Will you ever be judged for those things?
I have been.
Oh, by God.
I don't believe in God.
Okay. And do you guys ever get anxious or depressed?
Yeah, I get anxious sometimes. Yeah.
It's
Think
because
that's my punishment?
No, it's not punishment. It's because you have the religion of the canine. You're agnostic. You don't care. You just care about sex and food.
Wait, are you like believe?
I'm a pastor. So I'm trying to bring you guys to Jesus. What's it gonna take?
I don't think I'm not gonna go to Jesus.
Jaden, I know you want to come with me.
I'm
Oh. Jaden, you're coming with me. Forget, what was your name? Emma. I feel like I can turn you. You can come to God.
I'm feeling he's calling my name right now.
What is your body count?
real. What is this? What are we talking for?
We're getting to the root of human nature. What is your body count, Emma?
2.
Bull dick. What's your body count?
2. Are you calling?
Mine's 2 as well. Like I'm
2?
on my.
That's like impossible.
It's not impossible.
You're 2 as well?
Yeah.
Me too. You guys are killing me. Just 2 men your whole life.
Yeah. 2 of my boyfriends.
All right, and that one was Ryan.
Yes.
Ryan, you're a little bitch, Ryan. Did he take you away from God?
Ryan? No.
He definitely broke your spirit, though.
For a little bit, but
Have you noticed every girl's dream guy is an older brother? You know, I give a lot of older. I'm like looking at myself. I'm like, bro, I'm like not clean shaven. I look like shit here, and I'm totally doing a 1,000-hit combo on this bitch's psyche. Why? Have I like mastered autopilot charm? I can't wait to show you guys more in Miami to show you guys how much better I am than this clip.
right back up now.
What did he do for a living?
Parents' money. He's a pussy. He just.
If I was a lady, how can I let someone who works at a restaurant hit it? You know what I mean? That doesn't make sense.
Because it's not about the money. It was who he was, past tense, not is.
Money doesn't matter to you guys.
No, it does.
It does.
Okay, there we go.
But like, if I have enough money, it's not for.
If we told you Drake is in that car and he wants to smash, yeah, if he's in the Honda,
Okay.
right? Yeah, he's having a bad day. But if he wanted to smash, would you guys say no?
I'd say no.
I'd say yes. Honestly.
I'd say no.
I think Drake is like big enough where that makes it work. Like yeah.
Right.
And he's not half bad.
She's more honest than you, Emma.
I personally.
Hey, you little liar over there.
No, I'm not a liar. Like
You're saying no to Drake.
Yes.
Nah, there's no way she's saying no to Drake.
If you.
I'm even pulling your leg. Of course I'd fuck Drake.
Of course?
Of
Okay, see, the truth comes out from the demons, okay?
I'm
You just
pulling
have to
your
dig.
leg.
Guys, remember, when Drake wants to smash, that's STD Central, right?
Yeah.
You guys have never had anything. You don't want anything.
No, I do not.
Say no to Drake.
Okay.
And say yes to Jesus.
Okay.
Okay?
You're making a point. You're making
All right.
a point.
Arab, come give her the kiss of life.
No.
You guys are coming to Christ today. Come here. Okay? Which one's getting baptized? Wait, let's get a thumbnail. You guys like pretend to be like I'm Drake, and you guys are like my bitches.
What I do?
Like molest me for like a thumbnail. No, don't be afraid. I'm not suing you. I'm not canceling anyone. See, I didn't consent. I didn't consent to being touched.
No, you just did though. You did though.
We edit that part out and we sue these girls. What do you do for a living?
I'm a real estate agent.
Get the fuck out of here. You're a professional?
Wait, him too. You know Reality Kings?
Don't fall for that. What do you do besides COVID?
I work at a restaurant. Server.
Okay, listen, here's what we're gonna do, okay? Arab, come here.
What?
Ladies, close your eyes and trust the Lord and Savior. Close your eyes, ladies. Trust me on this. Close your eyes, guys. Okay? I'm gonna do an exorcism. Give me your hands. Put one hand out. Both hands on me. Dear God, in Jesus' name, let these harlots be rid of their demonic spirits and let them come back to you. In Jesus' name and the Holy Spirit, let them pray to the Father and let the devil Ryan burn in hell.
Preach. Amen.
Okay,
Amen.
give them a kiss. Hurry up. Let's go. Yo.
I used to get paid thousands of dollars by Hell's Angels to do pickup game and then give them the girls. Like charge them and then give the girls numbers. It's like, whoa, that is a fucked up job as a bouncer.
Grab their number. Let's get out of here. Either with God or you're a Democrat. There it is. Are you Catholic?
Catholic.
Okay. Now check this out. Do you have Democrat friends?
I do.
You're going to hell.
Get in this.
100%.
John. This is a good thumbnail here. Put Nico.
Ladies.
No. Let's Nico.
Ladies.
No.
Yes. Oh shit, 10 out of 10, hire him. Yeah, hire him. Yeah. I gotta take a photo and say just got blessed. Can you take a photo of us with him? Just got baptized?
Do you think women should be able to vote?
Yes.
Yes?
What? Why? Are you with the devil?
Oh my God.
Why don't you think women should vote?
Because of the Bible.
What
Are
does the
you
Bible
guys?
say?
Have you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Yes.
Bible says, bitch, stop voting.
I'm a Christian.
So, and you're voting as a Christian?
Yes. So from Canada.
Asking Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
Oh no.
Yeah, like
Trump,
this
Trump,
is,
baby. He bringing the money. Trump.
Why Trump?
He bringing the money. He
Now,
a businessman. This is economy.
now, what about people who say you've been brainwashed?
By who?
Republicans.
I mean, brainwash how though?
If minorities like us vote for Trump, then we're brainwashed by rich white men. That's what they say. Unless it's Kanye. Then he says something else, right?
Yeah, you know, I respect that. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, he brings in the money. He's a businessman. This is economy. The world revolves around money.
Okay, and should women be able to vote?
I think so.
What the?
You know,
Do you pay the bills?
we do 50-50. Oh, no,
I actually don't.
No.
That's the businessman.
What's this? What's the business here?
Strip club. Kick-a-down.
Workathon?
Yeah. Women can vote in there.
These are the ones we want voting. Wow.
It went though.
All right, thank you.
you, boss.
Hola, Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
I don't know.
Make America.
We are from Canada.
So what does that mean? Do you like Trudeau?
Trudeau. But he's a fascist. Hey, Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Oh God, that's a hard one.
Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Joe Biden.
Why though?
I'm gay. It's not.
But when he sniffs children, isn't that kind of weird? Have you seen those videos?
Those videos.
So that's totally out of context.
What about when he's grabbing like the 8-year-old girl?
Yeah,
What
no.
about when Joe Biden is?
How about no?
Yeah.
How about just no?
Okay. Donald Trump or Joe Biden? Slow down. You got nowhere to go. Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Dono from here.
Base. Very good. Okay. We like him? Oh, he's corrupt. He's a corrupt man. They always come back.
We're with the BBC.
We're asking political. You guys want political? Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Fuck
Just do it.
Why?
Why? What do you mean why?
I mean, we're asking why. Why do you?
Look up Donald Trump and you tell me why.
But isn't the alternative Joe Inflation Biden?
Joe Inflation Biden.
Kanye for president.
Oh gosh,
I'm from
Kanye?
Chicago.
Wait, when I get into street fights, if I upload on YouTube, do I get banned? Like, how does that work if you're a creator? I'd have to upload it through other channels and not my main, right? No. You say it's cool to upload street fights and YouTubers do it, but YouTubers don't punch hard. It's not. All the rules change if you can actually hurt someone. Then it's like, oh, that was a little violent, you know? No, I'm not training, but recently I got into a bit of something and I can hit hard, dude. I didn't hit someone, but I can hit hard right now. And I know it's going to happen in Miami because I kept getting into almost fights there. And a lot of San Diego problems. And I would have to post it and then react to my fight video saying don't fight. But I know Miami people are going to test me, and I told my videographer, the one we have one so far, I told him keep it rolling. Just keep it rolling, right? Because it's going to be good.
I kind of gotta like him.
Who is Kanye with?
Nobody. He's with himself.
He is.
And what about when...
Why didn't you break that guy's stupid jaw when he interrupted your talk with your mother? When you see fear in someone's eyes, you don't want to hit them. You know, there's something about that. Does someone link me that Twitter post of mine in Miami? I'll show you the fear. Yeah, we're going to finish tier list.
Joe Biden is sniffing children. Have you seen that?
He sniffs children?
You haven't seen the clips?
That's what they call him, Pedo Joe?
Yeah, that's why. Well, there's many reasons.
Pedo Joe?
Yeah.
Pedo Joe sniffs kids? Kids, I got kids.
Donald Trump hates kids.
You sniff your own kids?
Yeah, I hate mine sometimes too, and I sniff them.
Well, he doesn't sniff his own kids. Oh, actually, his daughter. He sniffs.
Yeah, he's like, talk to your mommy. You talk to your mommy. Is that her? He said, and I was like,
Okay.
What? He didn't see her, but he's like trying to bait a fight. Look how confident he is in the beginning, though, until he realized, that I'm down.
I have viewers too. I have YouTube. I have YouTube.
No, go do it. Go do it. Are you worried he's gonna get knocked out? See, at this point, he's like, "Oh shit, this guy's done this before." Which on camera, yes, but not like this where I'm holding the phone.
No, I'm not
Do you fight? Look, and she knows. She's like, "Oh fuck, this guy's about to farm a clip. Like he's done this before." Are you worried he's gonna get knocked out?
No, I'm not worried.
Do you fight? Do you fight?
Yes, I fight.
You fight?
No.
See, now look at his posture. He looks at her and he puts his hands on his waist, which scared me because I said, if someone's about to punch you in the teeth, don't put your hands on your hips. Like, I don't know why he flattened his stance, and he squared his stance in the worst way possible. And he's lucky I have a tremendous amount of self-control when I'm angry. Like, I've practiced this at nightclubs. And, oh yeah, he's lucky. He started it. Let's do it right here.
We're here with the
Let's do it right here. You fight, yeah? You fight, yeah? Let's do it here. I just needed him to come to me. Here, live. Let's do it, tough guy. I gave you 2 chances. Let's do it here, tough guy. See, the goal wasn't to fight him. It was to embarrass him in front of his girl. Because he tried to embarrass me and disrespect my mom and stuff. I'm like, okay, I'll embarrass you back. And I when I said I gave you 2 chances, it's because when he made fun of me and my mom, I just kept walking like a bitch. And I said, that's not worth it. I know I'd win that fight. And I kept walking, and I'm like, just keep going, live your life. And then I hung up because I couldn't look at my mom. And then he said it again, loud, so I can hear it. Not under his breath, because I think I would have kept walking. And the second time, I was like, oh, Lord, this guy's... So you want me fucking... Oh, pussy-ass bitch. Yeah. Yeah, what? Yeah, what? Yeah, what? Yeah, that's right. She said nothing. You lost. You lost, tough guy. Let's go, tough guy. Let's go. See if I don't knock you the fuck out. Pussy ass bitch. Now run this block. Run it. I run this block. Tough guy. Go back to work. This is what I hate about being my size and fast, is because I can't get into 99% of my problems. Because we know what the police would do to me. Gave him 2 chances. He talked shit about me twice. I remember when it first happened, I was working at Aura nightclub, and the head doorman, Mike, comes up to me and goes, okay. He's like doing pretty much like attendance for the shift of the night. He's like, you, new kid, you're from Bar None. You worked at Bar None, and you got fired. I said, yeah, it's my second day. It was like my second day at Aura. He said, yeah. If you're going to hit someone, it's going to be open hand or you're fired here as well. And then everyone looked at me. There's so many bigger bouncers than me. I was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, what do you mean? If they're striking on my fucking flesh. He's like, yeah, even if they're striking. And I was like, what? And then I went and talked to him during the shift outside so I can hear him. And he said, I've seen your videos. And Big Mike said that. And I'm like, how the fuck did you, like, I'm new to this. He's like, you hit hard. You could kill someone. And he saved my life, really, because, you know, if you can punch hard, like no glove, you can kill someone. Not how they fall on the pavement. I'm saying just hand to face, you can damn near kill someone. And I remember looking at him like, why didn't you say it to the violent bouncers? Me, I've never started a fight. I've always just been in fights. And I would think about it. I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, I avoided the jail arc because of him. Yeah. So many fights I avoided because of him after that. That was like year 2 of working. Then year 3 was the most fights I've ever gotten into. It was every single fight had to repeat the next night with the same guys. Right? Yeah, I have pretty big knuckles, yeah. Anyway, there's a picture of me and Amaranth. You can see how scary these hands look. But yeah, year 3, it was like, you know when you know you can't get fired, you can only get time off? That's when you really start fighting. So, shoe size 12. Twice, I was all, fuck no. He felt, fucking got so scared. He's like, oh shit, this guy's about it. Yeah, weird shit's happening to me, dude. Let's finish this. I'm gonna edit this stuff.
Other people's, all right.
Daughter's diary, she says that they were having showers together and it was inappropriate.
The daughter was having showers
with Joe Biden.
When she was, how old was she first?
She was 8. I think it was 8.
8? No clothes on?
Why does the age matter? It's his daughter.
I mean, if she was, well, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Forget your friends. Come with us. You're on our team.
You like
We're
what
going
Kanye
to,
says?
Do I like what Kanye says?
Yeah, like you think Kanye's crazy or no?
I think Kanye crazy as fuck, but that's why we like him.
Okay.
He look cool. He's spitting all of the facts.
In a good way.
In a good way.
Okay.
Come here. Huh? He's the best. Yes, let's go, baby.
Wait, why?
You're getting canceled today,
Sir.
Hey, don't tell me.
Okay.
Don't tell me.
He said don't talk to me. I can.
No reason. Read him. You're gonna read him.
Maximum.
Bad. I'm
really good at that.
Yeah, you're.
Just try it.
This should be my outro.
Your father hates you.
You like?
Shut up, man.
You like backhand or front hand?
What the fuck? With that voting question, you can't do this, bro.
This girl DM'd my buddy for my socials and then DM'd me. She wants to work for me and fly to Miami. Would you guys want her to do interviews? Because Yassine got her to work a bit. But she's like 20 and she's about to see crazy political, like people are going to get angry and they're going to throw punches. Like this is, the questions I'm asking is like, Should we fly her out? I'll be like, if she comes with her friends. She had like 4 of her friends there that we didn't meet. That would be great. What is this? Neuralink? 6 p.m. It is 6. Huh? Yeah, she did me like a week ago. And I was like, who are you? Oh, yeah. When does this go? We'll finish our list. K-Bubbles. You know, K-Bubbles' whole family were DMing me. Dad, her, sis, all of them to say, you're the girl you're dating, you're too good for her. She's aggressive. No, Kaylee didn't do it though. K-Bubbles didn't, but her fam is so funny. Who's this? Dobie. Love you, Dobie. A. Oxus. A tier easily. We'll put him up higher. Boom. And OG Rob. A tier. Yeah, that's about it. That's it. Download it. Save it. Screenshot it. But again, I don't need these people. I just need this. I need this kind of street content. Right?
Yeah, you're a machine. You're a machine.
Yo, I forgot my wallet. Can you buy me something? Emma, I want a Sprite.
Where are you from?
France.
France. Ah, tu parles français?
Oui.
Je mangeais baguette.
What is this?
Here's an esoteric interpretation of that famous or infamous event.
Sing with me.
The tree of life is an ancient symbol that is universal in meaning.
Wait, why is he using a TV overlay that I used for my stream? What are the chances for the same kind of content?
And is found in all the cultures that have held the esoteric knowledge. This is the same tree that Moses found burning on Mount Sinai. This is the tree under which the Buddha Shakyamuni found enlightenment. This is the world tree of the Mayans, the tree of life of the Aztecs, the great Nordic tree, Yggdrasil, that supports existence
You guys
in its
want to
powerful
do the other
boughs.
list? Tier list?
In the mystical tradition of Judaism, the science of the tree of life is called Kabbalah. But this wisdom is universal and can be found in every great religious tradition, although it appears under many names. A fully illuminated consciousness is represented in the tradition of the Christmas tree,
Whoa.
a symbol of the tree of life as passed down through Germanic esoteric traditions. Possessing an illuminated tree of life within means that one's inner senses are fully opened and active, providing a direct relationship with God. Of this tree, Adam and Eve could freely eat. But there existed another tree in Eden, the tree of knowledge.
Whoa.
And Jehovah Elohim commanded the man, saying, Of every tree of the garden you are free to eat, but as for the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you must not eat of it.
If you don't understand, think of you have a daughter, right? Now, if she gains the knowledge of men, it means she has to get fucked by them, right? She wants, like a hoe knows a man until it's so blurred that she doesn't know him anymore. Until she's like, well, what do they want from me? But that's what knowledge really is like going into things you shouldn't do, right? You're getting, you know how like in today's society, everyone talks about knowledge being like the end all. That's the only thing that's important. And they trash it they replace it for faith. Like a girl goes, oh, if I just lose my virginity, I'll be able to attract more guys because I'll know what to do. And what?
For in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die.
It is clear that the tree of knowledge was forbidden to Adam and Eve, yet they were tempted by the one thing in all of paradise that was denied to them. Knowledge in Greek is gnosis, and in Hebrew, da'at. Da'at is the hidden sphere found in the Kabbalah, which traditionally is never spoken of or revealed. Da'at, gnosis, is the science of the great arcanum, that secret knowledge which has been hidden from humanity for ages. However, close examination of the use of the word knowledge in the Bible gives strong indications of the nature of da'at or gnosis.
Adam knew his wife again, and she bore a son. The maiden was very beautiful, a virgin who no man had known.
It is clear to the observant reader.
I think I'm going to get a virgin. You know? I've known many throughout my life, but I was always creeped out for some reason. But I think I'm going to show you guys some godly energy. You know what I mean? Every chick I knew who had their V card at 21 too, that were fine looking but just strict parents, all of them I ghosted. I got so creeped out by it because I knew fucking that relationship up has some demonic portals open. Demonic portals. So I was like, I think I'll go for like the bitch in the swamp. You know, I'll go for some used up. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like if you break a V card's heart, right? Like the max you can get is head from them.
That knowledge in the Bible relates to sexuality. Hence, the tree of knowledge, da'at, gnosis, is a direct reference to sexuality. What then is the purpose of this reference to sex and its role in the fate of Adam and Eve? While in Eden,
we've seen this before. That's what's crazy, but it's so weird to think that the most trivial thing in today's society is sex, and it's the only thing that creates life. Like it's the only thing that matters in the world, that's important, and it's not guarded by nobody. That is fucked up. What is this? Did you want this one? What the hell is this, bro? I can't even see their pictures. All right, we'll do it quick. Dead Hexer, legend. Ro, legend. No, he's not on Dead Hex level. He's an OG. Lion, OG, always helps me out. Snippa, OG. Oh, this is tough. Diminished. Is that diminished? Second legend. He's not on Dead Hex power level yet. But damn, he played catch up quick. And these are the two people who are going to benefit the most when I'm at 1 million subs. Is I'm going to make these guys so fucking rich. I'm going to host them with 100,000 viewers and stay on their stream and just turn them into like, you know, those friends streamers who just get rich off their friends? That's what I want to do to them. Like, I'm going to get Diminished and Dead Hex so much job opportunity, money, clout. It's like I've got 60 years to repay these guys. They are going to be so fucking rich when I start grinding. It's going to be like, I'll be on podcasts on Joe Rogan shouting them out. That's what I love. That's what I love about a small circle, you know. Actually, you know, I haven't said this before ever. Dead Hex and Diminished, I swear to you, I'm going to repay you so much more than what you've done for me. And I'm cocky. I know I'll do it. I'm cocky as in like, you'll feel guilty. Both of you are going to feel so guilty. And these guys are two people I've never met in person and legit my best friends. Like, these guys have done so much for me. Even when they see me not pushing the limit and reaching my potential, they don't, which is kind of bad, they don't tell me to get back on the horse. So if I take a month off, they take a month off from me. They don't worry about me, you know, and they're so careful with how they treat my community members. They're like, hey man, this guy loves you, Zherka. He loves you. This guy will die for you. But he's bad for the community because he says a lot of stuff that's going to get you banned. And they get rid of him with me sleeping without even noticing it. And, you know, we have an active, sometimes active, sometimes not. But, yeah, we go back and forth, but I can't wait to repay Dead Hex and Diminish. You know, I cannot wait to be at the top. Because the best thing about being someone who doesn't trust anyone is you don't really change your trinity. Like Zherka, Diminish, Dead Hex, that trinity doesn't change. We add lower levels of the trinity, right? We add Winter, we add stuff like that, but really it's that trinity, you know? And I'm really worried I'm going to help a lot of people who are snakes. I feel like all Destiny and I ever did is that on Twitch. You know how many people we've helped that are snakes? We built people. Such a waste of time. So stupid. I don't know who this is. Nor me. I can't even see that name. My eyes hurt. What is that? I can't even see these names, dude. Winter up here. Winter's great. I've been pissing her off lately, but she's great. Beluga, respect. Nosferatu, respect, very based, says the right shit. Monkey understands. Monkey's overwhelming too, though. Yeah, I can't see these names. Fuck this shit. Really, it's just about it's really about Diminished and Dead Hex. Okay? That's really what that server's about. Everyone else is 80% Team Zherka, but these guys are 1,000%. So, yeah. There's that list.
Adam and Eve only knew divinity and innocence, and thus inherently respected the laws of creation. In their innocence, they were ignorant of the consequences of indulging in the fruit of sexuality. Tremendous energy is harnessed in the sexual act between a man and a woman. It is in this coitus that humanity has the God-given capacity to create. This is the mystery of the Holy Spirit, the fecundating fire of God, symbolized in India as Shiva Shakti, the creative and destructive power of God. One of the most sacred symbols of Shiva, the Holy Spirit, is the lingam yoni, the intersection of the phallus and uterus. The same symbol is found on the other side of the world, in the alchemical tradition. The force that powers all creation, on all levels of existence, is sexual energy.
The most suppressed topic, too. People just think it's this. Like there's no soul. It's just in and out like this. This is what animals do. Right? And then, oops, I'm preggo. Oops, I had a baby out of wedlock. Oops, I had an abortion. I'm traumatized. It's just evil from it. Like, Think about how gross that is. Hey, I know I'm not marrying this guy, but boom, 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 boom. That is so fucking disgusting. I can't have a daughter in this world. I'll kill myself if I have a daughter in a video game. No shot. That is terrifying to think of.
The power of creation, harnessing the force of that electric energy, implies a great responsibility. The wasteful expulsion of energy and semen through the orgasm was not and is not required to create a child. This is, in fact, the hidden meaning of the term immaculate conception. Immaculate
I remember
means
this one.
perfectly clean.
When a man has an emission of semen, he shall bathe his whole body in water and remain unclean until evening.
Dalai Lama.
To indulge in the fruit of sexuality means to spill the sexual energy, to orgasm, to taste the divine energy that illuminates the soul, in order to feel physical sensation.
You know, most humans on Earth, they go, no, it's just rubbing. You're just rubbing till something happens. And it's like, do you really think there's no spiritual component at all? What the fuck? You know how complicated that is? You know how complicated the emotions are? I'm talking about mostly from her side, a girl's side, than let alone a guy. But geez.
That illuminates the soul in order to feel physical sensation. Thus, the energy used to maintain the physical and spiritual vitality of the individual is expelled through the orgasm. Adam and Eve, as a symbol of men and women of the ancient past, ate of the forbidden fruit of the tree of knowledge, or the secret knowledge of sexuality. They abused the sexual energy in their own bodies by having the orgasm, and therefore they broke the most fundamental rule they had been given.
See, what they're trying to say is once they break that rule, they need it. They fiend for it. Kind of like how you were just a gamer until you one day get laid, and then you start fiending for it. You're like, I need another chick. I need another one. But the happiest time in your life, you didn't fiend for it. You were just a gamer, 14 years old, 16, whatever. And you were good. There was nothing disgusting in your life. It's just nothing. It was like when times were bad when you were a teenager, it wasn't dark and demonic. Then you start dating as a teenager, and then it gets dark and demonic fast. Right? I skipped that. I didn't date till 20. And then I was panicked. I was like, I think I need more experience because I'm late. And I started going crazy with my EXP. Right? I was like, boom, 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 boom. Just everything. So you never lose your virginity. Dude, look at this. Look at me. All right? Look at me. I swear to God, anxiety and depression wouldn't exist if everyone got married with their V card. But how do you know if you'll like enjoy it with that one person? You will. You'll practice. You will. I guarantee you will. I don't want to leak shit, but you will. 100%. You can learn to enjoy someone. There's so many partners I've had that I didn't enjoy. I was like, not to get like, I don't want to say it, but you can learn it, dude. It's like, my dude, if this was at the front of society, it's your first soul that you do it with, you cannot even be tempted with other souls. It's so hard to be tempted. You understand? There was a time where this was the law. And everyone had problems that were not demonic. They had normal problems. They had normal people problems, dude. Look at how use your eyes and look in society. Ha ha ha, everyone's having fun, everyone's just laughing and stuff like that. And then they go home. And everyone wants to fucking drink alcohol, do something, and nothing work related even. They just want to harm themselves. You got to ask yourself, what is the opposite of this book? It's out there. It's Twitch. It's society. It's everything in your life, dude. The opposite of this book is right out there. You're in it. You understand? But John, what about like if it could be not as extreme? You don't understand, dude. It has to be extreme. If it's not extreme, I don't want this shit. It has to be extreme. Your daughter will be molested if it's not extreme. Okay? My dude, imagine a Saudi, a land like Saudi, but with the Bible here. And it's never truly existed. 1950s, I want it more extreme. I want a king. I want to call someone king. And I want that king to say Jesus is Lord. I want that king to fear God, so he's a good king. I want him to think I want him to know he will be judged. I don't want a George Soros. And you sit back and you go, my life ain't that bad. It's getting worse. You don't feel it right now, but in 5 years, you guys are in the pit of nihilism and despair. And I'm not saying this book is going to fix you. This book might tire you. But you stay around people of a book, of the book, you start to become better. You start to become a better person. And you're never in your life going to see parents who are atheists who are not degenerate. It's never happened. If you could see what they do behind closed doors, you would know what I'm seeing with my Sharingan. Okay? There's a girl I knew who her parents were extremely religious. Not extremely, but religious. Like that's what they're known for, right? And they still, not knowingly, kind of threw their daughter to the wolves. And she was seriously harmed multiple times. And when I met that person, I said, how can parents fail multiple times? It's because there is nothing extreme about them. If Christians are not extreme, they're dealing with way worse problems. Way worse problems. And none of you understand this because we went to public education. We had public schooling, and this was nowhere to be found. You're too busy learning about, what did you learn? You learned about dinosaurs? I went to Catholic school, dude. Okay, everyone I know who went to Catholic school doesn't talk like me. You know what I mean? It has to be something more extreme. It's got to be a king. This country, Right? I say this country, I mean you. I'm already living in Miami in my head. This country needs a king. Right? And if that king's an atheist, then I'll have his head on a fucking pike. I'm kidding. But, you know what I'm saying, right? This book is what checks the powers of the king. It's the checks and balances. And you know what Albert Pike, 33-degree grand wizard, Freemason with zillions of dollars, who's connected with everyone who prints fucking money out of thin air through the Federal Reserve. This team of people, they all agreed, these geniuses all agreed on one thing. Party culture gets people to kill themselves. And they're having so much fun right now. Right? I remember thinking, I'm like, at TwitchCon, I landed at the airport, and I'm like, here we go with degeneracy, you know. I'm going to degenerate with all these people again, once again. And I remember opening my phone, and I'm like, I don't want to go to this degenerate shit. I just want more. I was like really digging through the Bible. And it stopped me. It stopped my momentum to go to that shithole convention. And the whole time I was angry. I was so fucking angry. I was getting through so much. Well, through someone, through Walter, really. It's not me reading it. I like it read to me. But yeah, this is the first time where I was like, I know what portal I'm jumping into. That Twitch portal of degeneracy. Yeah. Bro, weren't you saying you're a Muslim from Moscow? I always say I'm a Muslim because culturally I sound extreme. Like I'll chop your hand off. And culturally that's like how I identify. Like as an Albanian. But Albanians don't really know anything about the Quran. They're like kind of atheist. It's sad. But yeah, so culturally, you know, now it's not about culture, right? As much as I know this benefits culture, this book is not about culture. This book is the fucking truth. Go do your research. Go look at who rules this world, and you'll know this book talks about it. Okay? Geniuses, scientists, nobody else predicted it. This book is the fucking truth. This book is the light. And you'll never know until you're 40, ugly, divorced, loser, and broke. Then you'll know. And I'm telling you, make the fucking jump early. Don't wait for that shit. Don't wait. Don't get stabbed. Don't wait for the worst. Don't go to prison. Don't wait for that shit. Right? Because this book, when I was just listening to Speaker's Corner, would save me from when I was bouncing and people would want to fight and I'd be like, yeah, this fight's not worth it, this fight. You know? Every morning you wake up, you should be thinking of souls. Right? Every single morning. And I feel guilty because I'm like, I took such a long party break. You know what I mean? And I obviously every night I'd still go through audiobooks and stuff like that. But there's something about it where it's like, I can be around these degens when it's on a podcast, but in person, I'm never doing that again. I can't be around these people, dude. It is. I had one call with Haas today. I think it was today. And I almost jumped for joy. I was like, oh, thank God, a sane person. And Haas is kind of like an atheist. He thinks it's just a culturally, it's like a cultural buff. He's not really like, oh, it's the word. He just thinks the Abrahamic religions are like a buff. But yeah, dude, when I think about, I have this book in my life and I still committed so much fucking evil this year. Imagine without it. I can feel me going to hell, dude. I can feel it. Not hell as in burned for eternity and stuff like that. But hell as in like, here's what the true hell is, right? Before you go there, the true hell is every single... Can I keep going? Is anyone listening? Okay. Think of someone you fucking wronged, right? Think about your brother. Think about someone close to you. Think about if you ever snaked someone close to you, blah, blah, blah. The worst part before you go to hell is God will make you replay your life in front of him. And it's going to show every single time your mom who did everything for you, every time you called her a bitch, every time you slammed the door on her face, everything you've ever done, everything you've ever regretted. You really think you slammed the door in your mom's face and that's not going to come back? You really think it just happened and it's in the past forever? Are you out of it? That homie's girl that DM'd you and you smashed her, God will replay it in front of you with your homie next to you. Your homie will be right there next to you and he'll be like, hey man, that shit fucked me up. You know what I mean? No, my homie wanted it. Yeah. Anyways, I just feel cheated, dude. 28 years and I lived so-so. Why didn't I live with soul at 21? You know, at 21 years old, I used to call myself Lucifer. Well, I'd say Satan too a lot. Because of one bitch who called me Satan in a group chat with other girls, and they were trying to make it like I'm the worst guy in the world. And I owned it. I was like, all right, I'll own the name. And then when everything started going horrific in my life, I was, it's only 6:30, perfect. I'm going to keep going, okay? This is so fucking heartbreaking. My best friend, the one night he calls me out, I don't make it and the worst happens. And dude, dealing with death without this, I don't know how I did that. Every single time I got close to God, something would pull me away. Every single time. This time especially, well, it's always the people you choose, like these friends at TwitchCon, stuff like that. It's always that stuff. And here's the weird thing is, this Albert Pike guy talks about Satan is not a person, it's a force. That's why you can be him. Right? Look at this. Look at this. I'm going to show you guys the cruelest shit. The cruelest shit of... Because I've had a horrible month where it's like, I don't even recognize the mirror, dude. I don't even recognize those around me right now. Like, it's... Look at this. This is the kind of texting I was doing last month. Stop and repent, you fucking degenerate. And then I posted this is cruel. There's so much worse shit. There's way worse shit here. This is the cruelest shit ever. Okay? This gotta be the cruelest shit I've ever done. I post multiple pictures of me with another girl in my past. As in, like, fuck you. As we're chatting. And then this random girl that I was, whatever, she posts just like a normal photo of her past with that guy. After I sent multiple ones, right? And I checked this to see, like, am I crazy or was I cruel? But it was way cruel. And then she immediately sent another photo of us. And it said, oh, better from this cuck, as in like me. And I continue saying, shut the fuck up, you fucking blah, 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 blah. I said, you're so easy to fool. I said, you're a sodomite. I said a lot of weird, crazy shit, and sober too. I had weeks and weeks of no alcohol, no nothing, just angry. You know? And it's like, dude, this level of cruelty, imagine if I wasn't reading the fucking Bible. Would I be just a... You know, if I get wrong 5%, I return fire 1,000%. And their soul is gone. That's the worst part. It's like another one. Like, dude, I got explaining to do to God, man. You know? I got a lot of explaining to do. Yeah. No, that is the cruelest shit I've done since 2016 is like, what, a month and a half of my one friend trying to fix it. And I called them disgusting. And I knew they were crying and shit when they were going through it. Didn't do shit. And 28 years old and this evil. What is wrong with me, man? Like, that is not... You know what I mean? You can't spend that much time with another soul of gods. You know, we're all souls. And then degenerate them. Why did I degenerate? I have never degenerated someone. I've been cruel, but it's so bad, dude. Because it's like all those demons on Twitch that are out to make content out of it, you're going to see that they're going to degenerate just for content and stuff like that. And then I'm going to be the kind of guy that's like, guys, when we're all 30 and 40, we're going to laugh at this shit. Maybe don't degenerate too hard. You guys got to pray me out of hell, is what you got to do. One in the chat for your hands together and praying. Because all my life since 28 years old, I would say, now fuck that bitch, I'm in the right. You know, and I'm supposed to say it right now, but damn, it's like, yeah. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, anyways, what was I saying? I was saying, oh yeah, dude, I had a hell of a year, and I'm stoked for Christmas. But that was the worst fucking month of the year. I'm having the worst month. When I think of it, it's like, yeah, dude, I cannot be on Twitch. I need to go to YouTube. Something about Twitch is like, makes you okay with all that stuff. Okay, let's finish some of this.
It is very important that the tremendous energy that gives mankind the ability to create be used efficiently, because it is connected to the same energetic force that sustains the individual's own vitality. It is well known that
Okay, who in chat actually thinks it's just a nut, bro? Or is there some spiritual force there? Is there something to do with you? You know, 99% of society walks around thinking, oh, it's just sex. It's just sex, John. Well, if it's just sex, how come the fucking tree is growing out of this guy, bro?
the sexual energy is intimately related to the health of our psyche and our...
This is what I want to talk about. It's related to the health of your psyche, like the Bible says. You get married as a virgin. I have to live. I will never live in a world where I see my daughter marry a virgin. My cousin, none of them. I live in George Soros society. Bruh. We live in George Soros society. So if I get to 1 million subs and start my own community, oh man, could you imagine if I had my own church with a good pastor and super strict anti-degeneracy? I feel like those super strict ones always become a little political, but I don't want that. Right? The one thing my society I'd want disconnected from politics is my church. So everyone goes there. Every one of your daughters is going to be piped. And you're okay with that. Ugh. Wow. You know what I hate is to live the life we all want, whether 28 or 21, you have to date a 21-year-old. You have to date a 20-year-old chick, which is really, really creepy. Like, it's very hard to get along with them. I mean, it's very easy to get along with them, but it's too easy. It's creepy. It feels weird.
Physical bodies.
All right, let's finish this.
Not only is it necessary for sustaining physical vitality, and thus the 5 physical senses, but also the vitality of the 7 superior senses that unites mankind.
The 7 planets above, right? Stars, really, give us energy. They're solar, just like the sun, right? They're electromagnetic. And apparently each one, if it's Mars, there has good qualities and bad qualities about it. This is how Crowley explains it. This is where they draw their evil energy from. And the one furthest from warmth is Saturn, the 7th. Saturn energy is what degenerates you. Saturn energy is what makes you go, you know what? your daughter will be like, oh, no, I'm not fucking listen to my dad. I'm going to be just being the popular girl in school. And then boom, there's 10 cocks in her. 10. Or excuse me, 7 cocks. But 7 vital organs, 7 planets, and 7 chakras.
Kind to the
7
divine.
wheels.
Without the sexual energy, the soul atrophies, breaking our connection with God. When we expel the sexual energy, we expel the energy that fuels our inner senses. This is why those who fornicate, who expel the sexual energy through the orgasm, cannot perceive God directly. The orgasm is symbolized.
I remember hearing this. Hold on.
Without the sexual energy, the soul
Tell me, good
atrophies,
shit.
breaking our connection with God. When we expel the sexual energy, we expel the energy that fuels our inner senses. This is why those who fornicate, who expel the sexual energy through the orgasm, cannot perceive God directly. The orgasm is symbolized in the poisoned apple given to Snow White. While sweet to the taste of the physical senses, it is poison to the soul. Eating it results in unconsciousness and an eternity of sleep.
How come they never draw like hot chicks? Why do they always draw them looking like this? Right? This is my biggest pet peeve is like, hey, it's a lot easier getting into the Bible if you draw some like hot chicks. Like, I know you're trying to tempt us with this pasty ass bitch, but I don't like this.
The universal story of maidens and virtuous heroes falling asleep is an allegory illustrating the sleep of the
I guess it is hot back then, because when you look at this chick, is that our grandma Eve? I hope I'm not talking about grandma. Am I? I think it's just a random chick, bro. But the difference from this person on the screen and anyone you know is the people you know have a minimum 15, 20, 25, 30 body count. That's a lot of trauma, right? That's a lot of bzm, bzm, into penetrating their psyche, right? It's not grandma, is it? It's just a random picture.
The universal story of maidens and virtuous heroes falling asleep is an allegory illustrating the sleep of the consciousness, the state in which the human being loses the direct personal knowledge of God and the higher realms of nature.
That's what happened to you. You notice you walk through life with an amnesia. You're like, I don't remember God. I don't know God. That's you. All of you.
This is why the fruit of the tree of knowledge was forbidden to eat. Before the abuse of the tree of knowledge, sex was treated with the utmost respect, and the orgasm was unknown to mankind and unnecessary.
A lot of people are like, well, how did they just never bust? Dude, they lived in perpetual euphoria and innocence. Like when you were like 14 years old and you didn't think about this stuff. When you were a child, when you were 10 and it was about Roblox. Right? They're called the good old days. Because that's what heaven is like. Okay? A lot of people think heaven is like when you're an adult. Not really. At all.
Husband joined wife in the sexual act, according to the laws given to them by Jehovah Elohim. They enjoyed the tree of knowledge, sexuality, but did not eat of its fruit. This was the genesis of the distinction between good and evil. A humanity that knew only goodness ate of the forbidden fruit and discovered animal desire, which always leads to suffering and pain. This is the Pandora's box or vase of Greek mythology, which when opened, releases the agents of evil into the world.
Evil.
Fear, pride, shame.
And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves
They were not even fearful when they were in the garden. Even when there were snakes, they were not prideful, and they were not ashamed of being naked. Also, they were like beings of like light, they say, right? That like they weren't just man and woman. Like they were way buffed up. That's the only way you explain it. Because falling from grace means coming to the material world.
aprons. And Adam said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself.
Through the discovery of the orgasm, Adam learned to be afraid, to be ashamed. As promised by the tempting serpent, humanity gained new knowledge, the knowledge of suffering. In tasting the forbidden fruit, Adam learned desire. From this moment, right and wrong is filtered subjectively through the need to feel pleasure and avoid suffering.
And Jehovah Elohim said, Behold, the man has become
Who said low test Adam? What the fuck?
as one of us,
That's your
to know
prophet,
good
bro.
and evil.
Humanity had already known good, innocence, purity, and simplicity. Now humanity also knew evil, shame, fear, pain, emptiness. Now
Oh, Helmy, I love you, dude. How'd you find this?
Rebirth cycle is achieved. In theosophy, the soul is part of a person which belongs to a formless, non-material, and timeless world, and gathers experience through its effort to express itself in the physical world. Afterwards, there's a withdrawal from the physical plane to successively higher levels of reality in death, experiencing a purification and assimilation of the past life. In Scientology, past lives is a key part of the practices taught where the human individual is actually an immortal spiritual entity that has fallen into a degraded state as a result of past life experiences, which can be compared to the concept of karma, a sort of spiritual...
When they talk about past life and karma, what they're really not telling you is there's earth, purgatory, and the heavens. That purgatory is that space of spirit, right? Obviously, God's spirit bleeds through that too, but there's evil spirits. Think of purgatory as the stars, the planets. Now that purgatory is where these demons come up with these ideas, these dark spirits, pride, envy, whatever. They come up with these ideas that you have an ongoing rebirth cycle, right? That they become a part of you, those dark spirits, right? They go, oh, we're living up here in this higher plane. But what they don't tell you is, does a human infinitely regress? Meaning, do you get reborn 1 zillion times? And what would be the point of that? No, you get one life in judgment. Don't fuck it up. Careful, because if you believe in karma truly, you'll see a woman getting raped and you won't interrupt that karmic cycle. You'll just keep walking like Buddha. Okay? You follow in the footsteps of Christ and you hang with the lepers. Don't fall for this shit. This is new age bull dick and Buddha's a fat bitch.
Spiritual counseling is attempted to free the person of these past life traumas and recover past life memory, leading to a higher state of spiritual awareness.
Why do you think man is here on this planet? What's his purpose? Why is he in a body?
Well, he was put here, and he was supposed to make his own way out of it.
Who put him here?
Well, call it a supreme being or higher forces. And he actually, and I hold this in common with many, many sages, He was put here to work out his own salvation. And we feel in Scientology that we've made a very big stride in that direction.
The concept of nourishing the soul to achieve higher spiritual states of consciousness is a central part of mystery schools and secret societies which view themselves as custodians of ancient techniques which have been passed down for many millennia. Many of these practices were outlawed, and in some cases punishable by death, and went underground and hidden in symbolism, such is the case with the subject of alchemy, which in actuality was not confined to the transmutation of base metals into gold, but in its esoteric form had to do with the development of spiritual gold, spirit or soul. In the occult, or Western esotericism, the approach to spirituality is often divided into what is called the left-hand and right-hand path. The terminology is most often used in terms of ceremonial magic, which in all cases harnesses and utilizes sex energy, or the creative life force, to amplify the will of the practitioner. It is an oversimplification to identify the words black and white with good and evil, even though that is often the context in which they are used. But in my opinion, the differences can be better understood in the different methods used, rather than assigning a good or bad connotation to the actions. So, for example, some of the activities practiced by occultist Aleister Crowley is considered by some to be right-hand path,
There he
or
is.
black magic. And an example would be his cakes of light, which involves the consumption of various bodily emissions and fluids, as well as indulging in controversial, non-traditional sexual practices. What
This is where eating ass and licking feces comes from, right? Demons make you degenerate like that, right? Or even Gooner, he's like getting his ass ate. Even that's bad, right? I can't wait to say I told you so when we're all 40 years old. They'll be like, listen, man. They'll be like, yeah, there was a demon in me, Zherka. You're right. I stopped doing that. It was a trend. It was an anal trend.
makes this right hand is not so much of a moral judgment as it pertains to the way in which the act is carried out. Aleister Crowley himself has said, quote, "To practice black magic, you have to violate every principle of science, decency, and intelligence. You must be obsessed with an insane idea of the importance of the petty object of your wretched and selfish desires. I've been accused of being a black magician. No more foolish statement has ever been made about me. I despise the thing to such an extent that I can hardly believe in the existence of people so debased and idiotic as to practice it." While I try to provide this information in an objective manner, as an educational video, and not as an endorsement of Crowley, I will say that I believe that much of his writings has been misunderstood because of its symbolic nature. While I won't be interpreting his work in this video, I will say that part of the more esoteric material he taught had to do with harnessing prana, chi, or life force energy through the stimulation of the prostate gland. It is the taboo way that he went about achieving this that...
Okay, now check this out, all right? I'm sorry to break your bubble. Most black magic is done through playing with your prostate. This level of sodomy, it opens portals. Everything you do opens portals, okay? Literally everything. You swear at your mom, that's a portal. That demon in you, right? It brings its friends. And it says, hey, let's swear at our mom more often. Sodomy is the highest level of Satanism because this man was knighted by the queen doing it. He's not known for anything else except anal play and hallucinating and black magic and blood magic. If you do anal, right, you gotta really ask yourself, what are you doing? Right? And if you're just doing regular sex, you gotta ask yourself too, like, what is the goal here? Is the goal for this bitch to have an abortion? Is the goal for this bitch to get knocked up and then me run from her? Is the goal? What is the goal here? And if the goal is just, oh, it feels good to rub it, that's the same mindset as a dog. And I know I'm calling out everyone on this website. You're all dogs, right? If it's about that rubbing feeling, like, you know, a vibrator feels good. It's a lot of the heroin feels good. I can't wait to do this preaching, street preaching in Miami. I can't wait till some sodomite talks to me on the street, right? So this is Aleister Crowley, and he wrote in his book after his first homosexual experience, he started talking to dark spirits. And at first you're like, this guy's just crazy. He was knighted by the queen. Why the fuck did he write that? He was knighted by the queen. It's like Marina Abramovich. The queen only knew black magicians. Right? Anywhere you see billions of dollars, there's some black magic involved. The universe bends to their weird blood rituals. And if you don't believe me, look at Balenciaga. It's not just art. There's a reason they use children and innocence. It's the highest level magic they can turn. And magic? You really believe in magic? No, but billionaires do. So yes. Yeah, he was literally eating feces. And by the way, if you've ever ate someone's ass, you've licked feces stain. Right? Because the chances of that, well, it's clean, John. It's clean every time. Really? There's no particles? Like you're rubbing on feces with your tongue. Snap out of it. But it feels good like heroin, bro. Does anyone do that in my chat? It's like eating pussy, you know? Someone's eating pussy. It's like, bro, think about it. That's a hole. That's a hole. That's the discharge hole. You're like a dog. Right? Which is weird. A lot of people have poked me and they're like, have you ever wanted to? I swear I have. I've never done it, but I swear to God, I have. I've felt that urge to degenerate. I swear I've had that. Like twice, 3, 4 times in my life where it's like, I was like 23 working at Cabana back then. And this girl's in lingerie and I was like, I need to bury myself in that like face. And obviously I didn't do it. I was like, bitch, get on your knees. Finish the job, bitch. Which is so cool because it's like, I don't know, you get remembered in your city. You know, that shit makes you popular in your city when you're like, you know, when they point at you and they go, yeah, this guy is kind of like an asshole about that. He won't do what Aleister Crowley will do. But girls need to give head because someone came into my chat and said, John, you know that oral is sodomy too? I'm like, how are you going to take the best part? Right? You know what these girls are doing, man? How are you going to take oral the best part? How are you going to take that from me, bro? Right? Isn't oral the best part? Because you're getting head and you're like, can you submit further? And she's like, I'll try. I'm already like sucking your pee hole. I'm like, submit further. Go down in the trenches. That's a sodomite though, right? Receiving oral. What if God said like, hey man, you guys are going to get very hypersexual doing all this stuff. Just put it in the fucking hole and shut up. Maybe that's what God wants. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm not supposed to receive oral anymore. Which is weird. If you're like a loud, aggressive guy, then, and you know what I'm saying, if you're anything like me, then oral is like the easiest thing you get within like 10 minutes of meeting someone. Right? It's like a handshake at that point. But if you're like this soft, kind of like quiet guy, then you don't really understand oral. You never got it that much in your life. That's the data I've collected. But it's all bad when you think of it. Right? Like after this year when my channel is at 1 million subs, yo, it's time to get married, dude. I need to knock up some bitch and get some kids. I don't mean to call that bitch. That's bad energy. But you know what I'm saying? Make sure I don't forget, guys, right? 29 and a half years old, make sure I'm pumping out something. How to uneat? I don't know, bro. You're done. You're going to hell.
At least in part, has earned
First
him.
of all, it's not about uneating. It's the fact that you fell for it. What other trends have you fallen for? You know? There's no way it's a coincidence that the most DMs on Twitch is Zherka and he doesn't eat the box. How is the fuck? You look at someone who does really well, like Haas and his new... Did you see Haas's new beautiful girl? Wow. I like her. She's so submissive, man. They're so good together. But Haas gets so many DMs. And he never does that stuff. Like, people like me never do that stuff. You know? There's a lot of sodomites in my chat. Well, technically, I am too if I'm receiving head. He got a... Was he with Tamara? He got a girl. I can't react to it, can I? I can open up quickly, right? Oh! She changed me. What the hell?
Dog that is useful. So if you're a farmer,
I agree with that.
If you're a farmer, it makes sense to have a dog.
She's based as fuck.
His negative reputation. In other parts of the world,
She's cute too. She's like a Selena Gomez, right?
there are alternative techniques that also stimulate the prostate, which may not be as taboo, but in some cases...
Bro, I know. She's not just cute. She's, I guess she was like different, like a feminist or something, but then she's like completely listens to Haas about everything, trusts him. I'm like, how the fuck did you manage to find that on the internet? That is crazy, dude. Usually they don't look like that.
Cases are also seen as bizarre or even dangerous. In India, yogis, after having mastered the transmutation of energy brought about by semen retention, use breathing techniques where the lower stomach is thrusted in and out in a way that, along with Kegels, which is the flexing of the perineum or...
That's demonic possession. Okay? That's forcing your third eye.
pelvic floor muscles, can also stimulate the prostate.
There's a reason your third eye is hidden into your fucking brain and it's not here. It's because the true third eye is faith. It's not tapping into knowledge, right? Esoteric knowledge like this.
Orgasmic energy is then channeled up the spine using mental attention to awaken the chakras or endocrine system. Where the mind goes, the chi flows.
If you activate this dimension of energy, other dimensions of life will open up. One thing is, are you ready for those dimensions? So what is Kundalini? Right now, I'm speaking. This is Kundalini. You are alert and listening. If you are alert and listening, that is Kundalini.
World Economic Forum.
A flower is blossoming, that is Kundalini. A dog is barking, that is also Kundalini. Or in other words, the fundamental life force in the existence, we call it Kundalini. Now, within the system, within the human system, if you look at this as a kind of a life package, it's a piece of life. This piece of life is packed in a certain way with layers of this energy. One dimension of energy comes alive immediately because that is necessary for your survival process. The other dimensions of energy will not come alive unless you do something about it. Unless you're aware of it and activate it in a certain way, they do not come into existence. They remain dormant. The dormant energy is way bigger than the energy that is in use right now. To take care of your survival process, to live a physical life completely, to live a complete physical and intellectual life, you need to activate only about 21 of your chakras. Out of this 114, if about 21 of them are on, you will live a complete life. You will not feel any inadequacy. You will live a complete physical life. There'll be no problem with your life. You will think you're a great success, but you are only 21. That is less than 21% out of 114. Less than 20%. At less than 20%, you will feel like a complete life without any inadequacies. The remaining percentage of life, what is it about? It is not even needed if your intention is just to live well. If you activate this dimension of energy, other dimensions of life will open up. One thing is, are you ready for those dimensions? The question is not about whether it's good or bad. The question is just about, are you ready for it? Because even if the best…
He's actually talking about 7 gates. There's 7 gates, 7 dimensions, 7 planets, 7 wandering stars, 7 energies that affect the ether. But he won't say it out loud. He won't say that it's Saturnian energy for which is the most powerful. And yes, they can hallucinate and wake up and have a better life. A lot of these people who are like, oh, and they hallucinate, the world starts changing. They start getting more lucky in life. They bend the universe. They get more opportunity. You think this guy was found randomly on YouTube? This guy forced it. He forced it. But you can achieve great feats with just faith. You're going to see what I do. I don't do this.
best things in life come to your life when you're not ready for it. It will not be a good thing for you. In your experience, it will not be a good thing if something came to you when you're not ready for it, isn't it so? Even if it's the greatest thing, it may be the greatest thing, but it came to you when you are not ready for it, then it is not a good thing, isn't it? So are you ready for it, is the first question. If you're ready for it, what can we do for it? What can we do to activate? There are various ways of doing this, many ways, but the Kundalini Yoga, are people familiar with Kundalini Yoga, practicing or… okay. Kundalini Yoga, I'm not making a comment about anybody, okay? Kundalini Yoga in its essence is the most dangerous form of yoga. I'm saying dangerous because it's the most potent also. What is most potent is always the most dangerous. If…
Wait, I recognize you, dude. Sadhguru, right? Okay. Huh. That's him. That's him. Yeah. I recognize this guy. He's, isn't he for the depopulation agenda? Yeah, he is.
If there was one thing talking about water and talking about the world and human impact, what have we seen about humans' actions? What's wrong, and then how do we make a shift in the value of water and how we value water?
See, most human beings are looking at soil, food, water, air as commodities that you can buy and sell. These are life-making material. 2/3 of your body is water. 2/3 of the planet is also water. If you're looking for life, you look for a drop of water. So when you treat a life-making material like a commodity, there is a price to it. That's a price we're beginning to pay.
Okay, so we're talking about a price and a value. So then how do we shift the values? Because if we're a values-driven society, then some of those directions tend to change. Are you seeing some of that change?
So you can change your values, but without changing the basic way…
He's not a guru. He's had a wife before. This guy's been nutty, busting nuts. He has kids, and he regrets it.
We operate in the world, or you can change the values, but if you don't change the practices, nothing is going to change. So what we need to focus right now on practices. For example, I'm picking on agriculture because it is the biggest land user and also biggest water user on the planet. The way we eat is ecologically disastrous. The way we dress is ecologically disastrous because the 3rd largest polluter on the planet is textiles. Most people don't know this. So everything that we do has become violent in the world, the very way we exist. So this transformation needs to happen. More understanding of, not of ecological sciences, more of life in terms of that this life can only happen if everything else is well. This is slowly sinking into people. I feel in terms of awareness, substantial work has been done, but now it is time for action. Because if action doesn't happen now, the window of action that we have, once we miss that, then what we need to do will be much more, and the pain that we will go through as humanity will be much more. People think planet is in peril. No, planet is not in peril. Don't you worry about Mother Earth, she will bounce back. Only human life could become very cruel if we don't handle it now.
So in the session we just attended here at the Economic Forum, I think there was a sense of relief actually in your frankness. You brought up some issues that others are reluctant to bring up.
Always. All the religious groups are against me because I'm talking about population. They want more souls. I want less on the planet.
Okay, so on this time frame though,
You see that? Not pro-life, but now look at this. UN meditation room. They all practice New Age Eastern meditation, all of them. And remember, 4 corners of the earth got the Bible. So what the fuck is this doing in here? They all do this third eye pedo shit.
Improperly handled. There are various kinds of energy in the world right now. Even the electricity is being produced in so many different ways. One of the ways that we do it is through nuclear reactors rather. It is the most efficient way of producing energy that we know right now, but it is also the most dangerous way, isn't it? When things go wrong, they go seriously wrong. When they're going right, it is the easiest and the best way to produce energy on the planet is nuclear energy actually. But when it goes bad really bad, like in ways that you can't fix it. So similarly with Kundalini Yoga, it is the most potent and it is the most dangerous. Without the necessary preparation and guidance, without expert guidance, constant guidance and observation, nobody should ever attempt it. But the problem is, books have been written about it and everybody wants to do the highest yoga. Nobody wants to start with A, everybody wants to start the alphabet with Z. This attitude itself is dangerous.
You talk about…
What can be…
Another Luciferian in disguise. Jeez, he just at a Masonic lodge, Grand Lodge. Wow.
More action. Are you seeing…
A life-transforming force can become a life-destructive force simply because without the necessary commitment and dedication and focus and understanding, it is being handled. Anyway, about rising the Kundalini. If the Kundalini rises, the dimensions…
Raising your serpent, rising Kundalini.
of your life will change so rapidly that you must be willing to make the outside adjustments equally quick. Otherwise, things will fall apart in a big way. In the classical yogic traditions, there is a certain type of yoga we teach for people who live in family situations. There is a certain other type of yoga we teach for ascetics. In Isha we have both the forms. We have ascetic yoga and we have the general yoga. We will never teach you the ascetic form. That is the most potent way to do it. But it will demand a certain dimension of discipline and focus, which your regular lives will not allow. If you do that kind of yoga, it will dismantle your outside life instantly. Now this yoga is not designed to dismantle your life. This yoga is designed to make your life happen better. When life happens better, when things happen better, you make more money, your business is going better, your profession is happening better, you are generally, unfortunately, your longing to seek the higher becomes slower. Yes? So in the real sense, it is not the good way to do it, but it's the only way it works in today's world. And it's the only way it works for majority of the people. For a small number of people, we can do it other ways. We can buy…
He says all pedos have small hands. Look at these hands. Are these hands small?
bypass all these things and just do very powerful ways of doing things. But it will dismantle all social structures around them, which is not good for everybody to do. So these are different dimensions. Kundalini Yoga, if it has to be practiced, you must be in a certain kind of atmosphere. You cannot live in social situations and do Kundalini Yoga. Otherwise, in the name of Kundalini Yoga, you're doing something simplistic. Otherwise, Kundalini Yoga can transform the way you are within days. Suddenly you find you are a stranger in your own home within 2 days of practice, because it will change everything about you. So can we raise the Kundalini? Yes, we can. One way is to create a conducive atmosphere so that slowly it rises. The other way is to provoke it in such a way that it raises quickly. If it rises quickly, then everything changes dramatically. If it rises slowly over a period of time, changes will happen slowly. You will be capable of handling these changes over a period of time. But if it happens very quick, then you will not be able to handle the changes. Things will look like things are falling apart. So there are different ways of doing this. How many ways? There are too many ways. I will not go into how many ways. There are so many ways of doing it. Essentially, there are 112 ways of doing it. There are 112 ways in which you can take this up. From the base to… oh, for this you have to know the structure, otherwise it'll become very elaborate. Out of these 114 chakras, there are 7 which we recognize as 7 dimensions. Out of this, 6 are within the body, 1 just outside the physical body. So if you employ these 112 methods, you will handle the 6th chakras. The 7th one you cannot handle. There are 112 ways in which you can attain to a chakra which we refer to as Agna. But from Agna to Sahasrara, there is no way. There is no way to do it. You just have to jump into an abyss. If you have to jump into an abyss, you should be insane. Or you should have enormous trust in somebody. Somebody says jump, and you are jumping because you have such a deep trust in somebody that when he says jump, it has to be good for you. You simply jump into a bottomless pit. So, the journey from the Mooladhara to Agna, there are 112 ways to get there. But from there to there is no way. It is just one jump that can happen in trust, in devotion, or in madness. Choice is yours.
In a more controversial approach, in China, techniques stemming from the Shaolin monks, such as the iron crotch exercises, are also performed to stimulate the prostate, generating qi, without direct internal stimulation. I'd like to repeat that I provide this information as educational only. Do not try this at home. Consult your doctor. This is not medical advice. Everything I discuss falls under the umbrella of anthropology, so please understand the difference. The iron egg technique involves hanging weights to the testicles and swinging it back and forth. This is done over time to gradually increase blood flow.
Okay, these are the liberals of the traditional esoteric societies.
Flow, flexibility, and resilience in the area, increasing stimulation. It is claimed that it increases sperm count and testosterone. And
if I made a black joke, do I get banned? Yeah.
While I'm not qualified to speak to those claims, I can say that if performed correctly, under the guidance of a professional, this bizarre technique
It's like 5,000 fucking pounds.
has been claimed by some to bring about elevated levels of qi. So I repeat, do not try this at home. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon, as well as through various other major book outlets. They make a great gift. If you'd like to support my work.
Jeez. What the hell is this?
To the implant.
Oh, this is live.
What you see is a peak splitting effect, where the
B
best,
system.
highest
Holy shit,
efficiency
it's the
power
B
transfer
system. 29,000
is
live.
pushed up into higher frequencies outside of the ISM band, required for compliance with regulated radiated emissions. In our next generation charger, we address this problem by the introduction of dynamic tuning, shown on the right. This allows us to, in real time, adjust the resonant frequency of the transmit and receive coils so that we can change their properties just ahead of degraded performance. The electrical engineering team is currently engaged in developing a third generation charger. Notable improvements include bidirectional near-field communication.
Don't put this into your brain.
This has allowed us to reduce the control latency. And,
Remember that Lucifer comes to you as the angel of
thermal
light.
regulation.
It's really electricity.
Improved thermal regulation results in faster charge
Just
times.
like Saturnia, Satan.
And now Julian will tell us about how we test the N1.
This is the true mark of the beast. Remember that Klaus Schwab said everyone's going to have one of these in their head,
Thank you
or
very
they're a
much,
danger
Matt.
to
My
society.
name is Julian, and I lead the embedded software group on the Brain Interfaces team. So when we started building implants, we had a small manufacturing line, and to collect data from an implant, you would manually walk over with your laptop,
This guy's a
you would
cuck.
connect and collect the data of interest. But our goal is to make an ultra-safe and ultra-reliable implant. And so to do this, we scaled up the manufacturing line, our testing throughput, and data collection capabilities. So firstly, we added a large suite of acceptance tests to the manufacturing line. These test the functionality of each component and the final assembly. Implants coming off the line are then subjected to benchtop testing, accelerated lifetime, and animal models. We then collect data from these implants round the clock. This data is processed by a series of cloud workers and displayed in an aggregate manner. And then finally, all of this information feeds back into our design process and empowers our engineers to answer any question about any implant at any time. I'm now going to walk you through different parts of this infrastructure, starting off with firmware testing. So the implant contains a small microprocessor running firmware to manage a whole bunch of its operations. And before we release a firmware update, we want to rigorously test it with both unit and hardware-in-the-loop tests, also known as hill tests. So to do a hill test, what you do is you instrument the battery, you instrument the power rails, the microprocessor, and then we connect to each device with a Bluetooth client, and then we walk the devices through various scenarios to test things like power consumption, real-time performance, security systems, fault recovery mechanisms, a lot of different things. In our original implementation of these systems, we used off-the-shelf components to start automating tests quickly. However, these systems were constructed in a relatively artisan fashion and were very difficult to maintain. And this meant that testing quickly became the bottleneck for development. So to alleviate this, the hardware and software teams developed a new system which integrates all the required components onto a single baseboard. We can then put the charger and implant hardware on individual modules that plug into this baseboard, including one board with opposing coils so that we can test charging performance. This architecture allows us to rapidly iterate different hardware prototypes because we can simply drop them into this system and reuse all the testing infrastructure. Additionally, we can host the current and next generation of our neural ASICs onto FPGAs and plug those into this board as well. And that allows us to test a whole extra layer altogether. So that's how we generated this rather inceptive image here on the right. What you're looking at is spiking activity emitted from some of our simulated neural sensors, streamed through the entire system over Bluetooth, and then displayed on a phone. This allows us to test everything in one system from chip to cloud. This system is 1/5 the cost, 1/5 the volume, and is very easy to manufacture. This allows every developer to have a personal unit on their desk, and it also allows us to shard the entire test suite over a large number of these units mounted into a rack. All of this has greatly accelerated our rate of development.
The fuck?
Let's look
This is
next
happening.
at
They're gonna
how we
force
monitor
it.
the implant's electronics. the
I'll be
battery, and the
protesting on
enclosure.
the street.
So the implant will periodically capture all of its vital signs and commit those to flash. And then upon next connection with one of our recording stations, it will stream that data off. So for instance, if we look at humidity, we can get an understanding of the integrity of the implant's enclosure. And by looking at battery voltage and power measurements, we can gauge battery health. All of this is done automatically without any intervention, giving us 24/7 visibility into the quality of every single device. Additionally, we can use this infrastructure to request high fidelity information on demand so that we can investigate different anomalous situations. So for instance, in this particular scenario, we were trying to track down the source of some spurious spikes that we were observing on different channels. And
You will get your head chopped off if you don't get this. Chop my head. Okay? I think I'll draw the line there. You're not going inside my flesh. Okay, I've injected a lot of things in my body. And that one is a huge, huge no-no for me. But brain tissue? Hell no.
So we requested raw wave samples directly from those channels. Capturing good quality neural signals requires intact, low impedance electrodes. And so this is also something we monitor very closely with dedicated circuitry on the neural sensor. So how do we do this? We do this by first using an onboard DAC to play a test tone on a single channel. And then we record, using our ADCs simultaneously, we record the response signal on both that channel and physically adjacent channels. Not only can we measure the impedance of every channel with this, but we can also map different physical phenomena to different characteristic signatures. So for instance, an open channel will appear as a very large response on the channel, and shorter channels will appear as a large response on neighboring channels. By looking at the purity of the signal coming back, we can also validate that the analog front end of the neural sensor itself is operational.
What?
In our original implementation of doing these impedance scans, it took 4 hours to get through all 1,000 channels. But by parallelizing the tests, downsampling, filtering, and then reducing the amount of information we have to stream off the device by moving a lot of the calculation to the firmware side, we're now able to scan all 1,000 channels in just 20 seconds. This means that we can run impedance on every implant every day. And then our internal dashboards can play back a history of this impedance so that we can get a really good quantitative insight into that interface between biology and electronics. Now that you have an idea about how we test and monitor our implants, I'm going to hand it off to Josh, who's going to tell you about how we get feedback even faster by accelerating our implants to failure.
Hello, my name is Joshua Hebb, and I'm an engineer on the brain interfaces.
Is that Vosh?
We are responsible for the implant system design, as well as many of the manufacturing and testing tools. Julian just talked to you a little bit about some of the ways in which we test our implant electronics hardware and software. But what about the entire system as it relates to longevity in tissue? One of the ways we've addressed this is with the development of our in-house accelerated lifetime testing system. The system allows us to expedite and capture long-duration implant failure modes at scale to rapidly increase our pace of iteration. Even better, the system also significantly reduces the amount of tests which require animal models, both for implant prototypes and, of course, longevity testing. So how does the system work? Well, at a very basic level, it comes down to three things. First, we want to mimic the internal chemistry of tissue. Next, we want to accelerate these chemical interactions as well as diffusion with our implant materials. And finally, we want to aggressively cycle the internal electronics of our implant. With these things, primarily the first two, we have achieved a conservative 4x acceleration factor by the Arrhenius relationship. In other words, every day our implants spend in our accelerated system is equivalent to at least 4 days spent in vivo. Historically, one of our greatest challenges has been the battle against moisture ingress into our implants. So we continuously monitor the internal humidity to watch for abnormal rise. Here, in white, you can see some internal humidity data from implants in some of our animals for the duration of over 1 year. As you can see, our internal humidity sensing is so sensitive, it can even detect the very small and slow humidity rise just from diffusion through our implant materials. Now, in blue, you can see that same internal humidity data, but from devices in our accelerated system. Now, if we adjust this data for our acceleration factor, you can begin to see not only the agreement in this data, but also just how far into the future this data extends. Now, in red, you can see a device which has failed in our accelerated system. This device showed an abnormal increase in humidity over the duration of many months before implant electronic failures occurred. So how do we build this system? Well, we started building the first system prototype just after the COVID shutdown had begun in early 2020. So we had to get a little creative. As you can see, our first system prototype was a little scrappy and operated out of one of our apartments, as indicated by the carpeting. Although scrappy, the system allowed us the fastest path to start testing our devices, tuning our working fluid chemistry, and checking our constraints. We also immediately started root causing observed failures in early implant prototypes, fed that information into the next prototype designs, and literally rinsed and repeated. Over the duration of just a few months, the system was built out totally custom and highly iterated with 2 system versions and countless minor iterations, leading us to our currently operated 3rd generation system, which achieves high density testing with automatic in-vessel charging as well as automatic data collection. The system also features an implant sled assembly, which accepts brain proxy material such that the implant can be installed and inserted by the surgical robot, just like you saw a few minutes ago. We also integrated the system into a high density rack mount form factor, along with a centralized fluid management system, both for chemical uniformity across vessels and also reduced operational maintenance. The system has been in operation for the last 1.5 years and has had its fair share of challenges. Since the system itself is undergoing the same accelerated abuse as the implants within it, it has been extremely challenging to design, build, and maintain a system of this scale while keeping it robust, even against itself. So what comes next? Well, we have started work on our 4th generation system and have totally redesigned it from the ground up to be a hot swappable, single implant per vessel design, partly inspired by high density compute servers. With this new system, we will achieve a whole new level of density, robustness, and scale. We also intend to have many of these systems operational in the pursuit of capturing even the lowest frequency edge case failure modes. With this, we will have thousands of implants testing in pursuit of these goals. We've already started work building out this system, but there is still a lot left to do. There are also many exciting challenges ahead of us, such as introducing mechanical stressing, brain proxy micromotion, and even replicating tissue growth around the threads for more complete and representative accelerated testing. So now that you've heard some of the ways in which we rigorously test our implant designs before production for surgery, Christine is now going to take you through a detailed look at our surgical process.
Thanks, Josh. Hi, everyone. I'm Christine, lead of the surgery engineering team.
A woman?
To get an N1 device, it's essentially these steps.
Yeah, I'd
Targeting
rather take
and
the
the incision.
guillotine than let her put
Drill the
something in my
craniectomy.
fucking brain.
Remove the tough outer meningeal layer called the dura. Then insert the thin, flexible threads of electrodes. Place the implant into the hole we created. And then that's it. You've got an implant under the skin. Look, Ma, no wires. Just kidding.
Oh,
I mean,
so
seriously,
quirky.
no wires, but I don't actually have one.
What's your body count?
The surgical robot does the thread insertion part of the surgery. This is because it would be very difficult to do manually. Imagine taking a hair from your head and trying to stick it into Jell-O covered by saran wrap, and doing this at a precise depth and position, and doing this 64 times within a reasonable amount of time. And a neurosurgeon would probably not like it very much if we asked them to do this for the surgery. So we have the robot that you saw doing its tiny dance. I sort of wanted to call it Tiny Dancer, but it's called R1, which is also great. The rest of the surgery is done by the neurosurgeon. In order for us to make an accessible and affordable procedure, we need to revisit this. I'll tell you why. When I was in school, my dad lost the ability to walk and to use his arms and even to speak. He was diagnosed with ALS. We would look on the internet and you could see maybe one person here or
What's
there
up
who
with
had
this
some
chat?
cool custom robotic assistive device. But it was deeply frustrating how limited were the options available to him. And there's hundreds of thousands of people with paresis, not even counting people with other conditions that our device might be able to help. Meanwhile, there's not that many neurosurgeons, maybe about 10 per million people. And it takes about a decade or more to train a neurosurgeon, and they're already generally very busy. And as you can imagine, their time is very expensive. So in order for us to do the most good and have an affordable and accessible procedure, we need to figure out how one neurosurgeon could oversee many procedures at the same time. This might sound sort of crazy, but probably so did laser eye surgery before LASIK made it normal. LASIK's been around for about 30 years and counting. In the beginning, the laser robot did just the most fundamental core part that it had to do, and the surgeon did the rest. And over the iterations, the surgeon has to do less and less, and the laser robot does most of it. And it's a highly compelling procedure. It takes just a handful of minutes and often gives life-changing results. Since I joined in 2017, we've also done a handful of iterations to optimize the thread insertions of the robot. One of the challenges that we've had to face has to do with the optomechanical packaging. So as you can see here, there's about 3 primary optical paths that are really valuable for us to have reliable thread insertions. One is the visible imaging of the needle inserting the thread. And then another is the laser interferometry system called OCT, optical coherence tomography, that gives us the precise position of the brain while it's moving in real time. And then also we have to provide lighting and illumination to see what's going on in the visible light camera. And doing all this where the needle is at the bottom of the craniectomy, especially when it's close to the skull wall, can be pretty difficult to fit everything and be able to see it. So the way that the team solved this is by putting all 3 of these optical paths into one optical stack using photon magic or polarization, whatever you want to call it. And that enables us to do vessel avoidance in real time. So as I mentioned, the brain is moving, and where we place targets in the beginning may not be where you want to insert at the moment the needle is going down there. So the robot can actually detect the vessels and then determine if we're going to insert onto a vessel or not, if it's safe to insert.
Is it just a
and
scam?
That way we can avoid inserting onto major vessels. And that brings us to the robot that we have here today. There's still a lot for us to do to get to that procedure where we
There's your
reduce the role of
COVID
the
mandate.
surgeon and
Your
make
new
it
COVID
affordable
mandate
and
is a
accessible.
chip in your fucking skull.
The two elements of the surgery that demand the most skills from the neurosurgeon are the craniectomy and the durectomy. Alex and Sam are going to tell you a bit more about how
That's
we
what
think
happens
we
when
can
you
get rid
pick
of
for
the
Joe
durectomy
Biden.
step. So that leaves the craniectomy.
But now Elon is right wing. Controlled
In
op.
neurosurgery, if your craniectomy is small enough, you can use a standard tool called a perforator, which makes quick work of this job. But for a larger craniectomy, the surgeon has to rely on their skill in order to accommodate the variability patient to patient in skull thickness, skull hardness. Even within the same patient, in the same craniectomy, you can have different skull thicknesses.
Yeah,
for
votes
example.
do not matter.
In addition, if we can make something that has a very high precision craniectomy, we can open the design space for future ways of mounting the implant to the skull. So I'll show you a few of our prototypes. Ultrasonic cutters, like what's on the screen, and oscillating cutters have the benefit of not cutting soft tissue. You can cut the bone and not the brain. But however, as you can see here, our ultrasonic cutter prototype created quite a bit of heat to cut at the rate that we wanted. So onto the oscillating saw.
What the fuck?
Here we designed a blade to minimize cut time and also conducted sound and also heating. And as you can see, you can cut through hard things like bone, but not soft things like skin. It's simple and it works. However, if you wanted to cut an arbitrary depth or arbitrary shape, the oscillating saw just won't cut it. I was afraid no one would get it. You guys are smart.
Who's
so
getting this?
There's a time-tested solution for
Do you have a choice?
drilling arbitrary shapes, which is a CNC drill. The challenge with us doing this on a person is that we need to make sure it cuts reliably every single time, doesn't cut too deep. And a few ways that we're using feedback to make sure we don't cut through the brain are force feedback and also impedance. And if I could get a volunteer, no, just kidding. Maybe next time. But yeah, so this is some insight into some of the things we're working on to make an accessible and affordable procedure. And now Alex is going to tell you a bit about our next generation development.
Thank you, disasters. Hey, one in the chat if that bitch is gonna burn in hell. Let's get some gifted subs for that
Thanks,
bitch
Christine.
burning in hell.
I'm Alex. I'm a mechanical engineer here on the robotics
Another
team.
cock.
Now that we've covered the technology and surgical process for our current device, we'd like to cover some of our next generation development projects. I and the next couple speakers would like to talk about one of those projects, which is enabling device upgradability. You've gotten to hear about the advancements we've made over the past year. We've improved implant robustness, battery and charging performance, Bluetooth usability. Realistically, every new device version is going to be significantly better. It'll be more functional, it'll last longer. We need to keep this new technology accessible for our early adopters. This means that we need a solution to make device upgrade or replacement just as easy as it is to initially install. As many medical device companies have found, this is a challenging problem. The body's healing response doesn't make this easy, so this isn't solved yet. But we've made significant progress towards enabling this that we'd like to cover today. Now, we'll have to start with some background as to what makes device upgrade challenging, and we'll start with the anatomy. Under the skin, you have the skull. Below that, the dura, a tough membrane that separates the bone from the brain. And between the dura and the brain, you have the pia-arachnoid complex, a fluid-filled suspension for the brain. To install the device, the surgeon removes a disc of skull and dura to expose the brain surface. The device then replaces the removed material. The challenge is here at this interface. Over months, all empty volume is filled by tissue, encapsulating the device and the threads. The device would be trivially easy to remove. Because of the thread's small size, they would have slipped right out of the brain. It's the tissue layer that forms above the surface that makes the removal challenging. We've built tools in-house to study this response and characterize it, such as histology and micro-CT. In these images, you can see that layer of tissue that has formed above the surface, encapsulating the threads and adhering to the surrounding tissue. We've explored many different avenues for designing around this healing process and finding a solution to make device upgrades seamless. Our best successes have come from making the procedure less invasive. Instead of directly exposing the brain's surface, we instead keep the dura in place, maintaining the body's natural protective barrier. This prevents encapsulation at the brain's surface. And really, this is actually a huge win for making the surgery simpler and safer, as Christine alluded to. However, this doesn't come for free. The dura is a very tough, opaque membrane. As you can see in these SEM images, it's composed of a dense network of collagen fibers. These offer an array of technical challenges for inserting our electrodes. One of those challenges is imaging through the dura. As you can see on the left, our current custom optical systems offer pretty incredible capabilities for imaging the exposed brain surface. However, as you can see on the right, once the dura is in place, you can't see the dense vasculature at the brain surface. The dura is in the way. There's simply too much attenuation. To solve this problem, we're developing a new optical system that uses medical standard fluorescent dye to image vessels underneath the tissue. Here, you can see that dye perfusing through the vessels, highlighting them. There's still a lot of engineering work to go to prove accuracy and repeatability of this system, but once that's done, this will allow us to target and avoid blood vessels underneath the dura. We're also exploring applying our laser imaging system to deeper tissue structures. In the bottom left, you can see a section of the tissue layers underneath the dura. This image is compiled from multiple volumes from our optical coherence tomography system. You can see the collage of those volumes above. In the future, these new systems, when combined with correlation to pre-op imaging, such as MRI, will enable precise targeting without directly exposing the brain surface. Now, imaging isn't the only challenge that comes with the tough dural anatomy. Now, I'd like to hand it over to Sam to talk about some of the challenges of inserting our electrodes through this membrane.
Thanks, Alex. Hey, I'm Sam, and I lead the needle manufacturing and design team. So, as Alex mentioned, the same properties of the dura that make it a good protector of the brain also make it really difficult for us to insert the threads into. In humans, the dura can be over 1 millimeter in thickness, which doesn't sound like a lot, but compared to our 40-micron needles, it actually is a lot. For example, if you scaled up the needles to the size of a pencil, the dura would scale to over 4 inches in thickness. Take a look at how far you have to zoom in to even see it. By the time the features of the needle come into frame, you could see individual red blood cells. This is just wait. This is a real-life SEM image of our latest design. On the left there, you can see the end of the thread. In the middle is the needle, and on the right is actually a piece of my hair. So yeah, it's extremely small. And besides being really small, there's a lot of other challenges associated with designing this. One challenge is that we have to use the needle and the protective cannula that it sits in to grab onto the thread and to hold it while we peel it from this protective silicon backing. And then we have to keep holding it while we bring it over to the surface and then release it from the cannula during insertions. Another challenge is that the brain is really soft beneath the tough dura. And so if the needle isn't sharp enough, it'll just keep dimpling the surface without puncturing. And if this free length gets too long, it can actually just buckle the needle like this. Another challenge is that we don't just have to get the needle through, we have to get the thread through as well. So we really have to focus on optimizing the combined profile of the needle and thread together. And these are just some of the challenges associated with designing something like this. And so far we found that the key to solving this problem has been improving on our speed of iteration. But let's look at how we make these things in the first place. So we start with a length of 40 micron wire made out of tungsten and alloyed with a little bit of rhenium for added ductility. We designed this femtosecond laser mill in-house to cut the features of the needle and cannula. And it can do this with sub-micron precision. We spent a lot of time this year turning this thing from a science project into an industrial system. Just a couple months ago, it took a skilled operator 22 minutes to make a needle. And even a skilled operator could only get about 58% yield. Today, that same process takes just 6 minutes, and anyone can get 91% yield with just a few minutes of training. With only one click, The mill cuts and measures the needle and cannula and uploads the measurements to our limb system so that the robots can use the exact dimensions for each needle that it uses. Now, this is all for our current design, though, and we've had a couple years to optimize the manufacturing process of it. The current design has served us well so far, but it doesn't quite protect the thread well enough to get through the tough dura. So, like I said, we had to come up with something new, and we needed to be able to iterate on designs quickly. Unsurprisingly, there's no page in machinery's handbook for this kind of thing, so we dug into the science of femtosecond laser ablation and figured out a workflow that allows us to use our laser mill much like a CNC mill. This allows us to iterate several times. This allows us to iterate in under an hour for new designs, allowing several iterations per day when we're really on a roll. As a result, the latest design, seen on the right, can actually insert through 9 layers of dura, totaling 3 millimeters on the benchtop. This is far more than we could ever expect in a human with significant margin. The needle isn't the only part of the puzzle, though. As you can imagine, all of these designs here work with different threads. So we need a way to iterate on that as well. And we do this by having our microfabrication process here in-house. This summer, we completely rebuilt our clean room in about 9 weeks, which, among other things, greatly reduced particulate counts, which allows yield and throughput to greatly increase. This, combined with all the other great improvements the microfab team has made, allows us to iterate on new designs in just a matter of days. The last piece of the puzzle, though, is testing. We can come up with as many new designs as we want, but unless we have a way to actually test them in the right conditions, we won't know what to tweak. Or even worse, we'll spend time optimizing for the wrong things. Take this failure mode, for example. A few months ago, we got to the point where we could pretty reliably insert through the dura. But when we took the proxies and put them in our micro CT imaging, we realized that our hold on the end of the threads was actually too strong, and we were pulling them out just a little bit underneath the surface. By the time we solved the problem, we realized that this issue was very sensitive to the properties of the surrounding material or tissue. We could make a proxy where this never happens, and we could make another proxy where this happened every single time. And this highlights why it's crucial that we spend time making our benchtop tests match tissue as accurately as possible.
Damn.
And I'm going to pass it off to Leslie now, who's going to talk about how we've been doing that. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Leslie, and I lead microfabrication.
Bitch, we need the Bible,
Part of
man.
what
This
we're
is so
interested in
fucked. We
is
need this
understanding
book
the
more
biological
now
environment
than ever
our implant
before.
threads experience
This is
when
getting
they're fully installed in the body.
ridiculous.
Learning directly from biology, though, is inherently slow. So in order to move fast, we're developing synthetic materials that mimic the biological environment. This allows us to learn as much as we can on benchtop
Look at this
and start
stupid
taking steps
bitch
away
talking.
from the industry standards.
She doesn't
of
even
animal
realize that she's going to be burning in hell.
Developing accurate proxies, though, is challenging. The implant environment is made up of many anatomical layers that all have unique properties. And as time goes on and the implant site heals,
Shout out hell,
new tissue
dude.
forms filling
It's going to
any
be packed with
available
liberals.
space. In addition to that, motion related to cardiovascular activity and head movement
Yeah,
introduce
how about fuck you, bitch? You're going to need some head movement against me, bitch.
Conduct and behavior which had to be followed, and everyone had to come in full costume.
What the fuck? Phoenicians. There they are. There's everything
Baroque
wrong
means
with the world.
irregular in French and is said to originate from the Portuguese word barroco, meaning
Elon just tweeted this. What? We are now confident that Neuralink device is ready for humans, so timing is a function of working through the FDA approval process. Holy shit. These are end times. It's times like this we have to accept the Holy Spirit and put the armor of God, because we are so fucked. We are so fucked. Every angle of politics is fucking with us. Ever consider maybe God wants us to do this, Zherka? He did give us the ability after all. Dude, he gave us the ability to be pedophiles. He gave us the ability to inject heroin. Is that what you're supposed to be doing, you fucking weirdo? That's what you're supposed to do with your free will? Drill something into your fucking skull?
Imperfect pearl, like the irregular shaped pearl that was used in the jewelry of the time.
Look at this fucking retard in chat said everyone will have... He says everyone will have 400 IQ. Dude, throughout history they killed high IQ people. They only let retards breed with each other. You really think they want you at 400 IQ? If they wanted you at 400 IQ, they wouldn't force feed you dinosaurs and stupid shit to let your mind wander to aliens and retard shit.
The Carnival of Venice is an annual festival held in Venice, Italy, that ends with the Christian celebration of Lent, 40 days before Easter, the day before Ash Wednesday. The festival is world famous for its elaborate masks and currently seems to be growing in popularity since around the 80s or 90s. However, under the rule of the Holy Roman Emperor and later Emperor of Austria, Francis II, the festival was outlawed entirely in 1797, and the use of the masks became strictly forbidden. It reappeared gradually in the 19th century, but only for short periods, and usually for private feasts with rumored ritualistic activities.
Did you know Stanley Kubrick filmed his famous movie Eyes Wide Shut inside the Rothschild family's country estate? Theories swirled that Kubrick made his movie about the real-life ultra-elite and their secret occultic gatherings. Well, take a look at these pictures that show an actual Rothschild event from 1972. On the surface, it looks like a pretty magnificent surrealist ball, but there are clear occult references. Much like the film Eyes Wide Shut, occult imagery is hidden throughout the night, starting with the invitations, which were written backwards. Reversal or inversion of sacred objects is typical of black magic and satanic rituals. The exterior of the Chateau de Ferrier is lit up in a moving orange light, giving it the appearance of a fiery inferno. This hat, designed by Dali, also has hidden symbolism of androgyny by having half of Mona Lisa's face. Harnessing the male and female power is important to practitioners of the left-hand path. And although Dali traditionally paints ants and grasshoppers in his paintings to evoke death, decay, and trauma, this work of art has scarab beetles, which symbolize the Egyptian mysticism of Osiris, the Sun King. This guest's costume resembles the famous painting Son of Man by Magritte. Both the apple and the eye of Horus symbolize the forbidden knowledge of Lucifer in the Garden of Eden. The hostess, Marie-Helene de Rothschild, is seen wearing a giant horned head, crying real diamond tears. Is this a representation of the sacrifice to Baphomet, who will share wealth and riches only after sacrifice? It's not exactly clear when in 1972 this party took place, but from the look of the decorations and the menu, it's definitely a fertility ritual. The dinner table serves dismembered dolls and cracked skulls. For dessert, a human sacrifice in a bed of roses. The rose, of course, is a symbol used by many secret societies, and it represents virginity, fertility, sexuality, and immortality, as well as silence and secrecy. Here's Salvador Dali, who helmed the Surrealist movement. At first, this could seem like a Surrealism party in his honor, but consider the aims of the Surrealism movement itself, to resolve the contradictory condition of dreams versus reality, and allow the unconscious mind to express itself. Occult imagery is very real, and it's everywhere, in movies, television, music, and fashion. The power derived from these occult symbols and imagery is very real to the elitists that congregate in their separate reality.
So shall we burn thee once again this night, and in the flames that eat thine effigy, we shall read the sign, Midsummer sets us free. Ye shall burn me once again. Now with these flames, summer sets us free.
Yeah, if billionaires are doing this, I think I'm going to choose Jesus. They're inverting the Bible. Like, I always thought the Bible was just a fantasy fairy tale, you know, until I saw how much money there is on the other side. You see billions of dollars and you're telling me they don't have any help from fucking dark spirits? You're telling me pride, envy, all these sins are just material? It's just us and the material? I don't buy it. I actually feel dark forces when when a grandmother drops her wallet, you feel something pull at you to steal it. Right? What's crazy about dark forces is they're also in people you wouldn't expect. Like someone who looks innocent to you, like think of your like baby cousin, he's like 18 years old. There's a lot of dark spirits coursing through them. But you wouldn't expect it because you see them as a kid. Satan is a force. You felt that force. Yeah, Satan is molestation, Satan is rape, Satan is everything to harm you. Of course, the easiest way to describe this force is mind rape. You ever see an alcoholic? They drink themselves into nothing. You know, like nothing comes of their life. And what you guys got to remember is it snowballs. That satanic thinking snowballs. You know, it might start with like fapping 4 times a day, but you're going to snowball into a fucking pedo. You're going to snowball far. And again, that's why I recommend you this book, right? It's thousands of years old and built the greatest societies on earth. Your depression, anxiety comes from your society that lacks this. You can't do the book alone. Get someone to read it to you, bitch. And get someone you really fuck with. If Ye Fuentes 2024 happens, do you think they'll get cabinet position? Yeah, I think they're going to get a bullet in their fucking heads. Do you understand that identity politics is illegal in this country? You need to snap out of it, dude. There is one ruling class, and they're not lefties, they're not righties, they are liberals. Liberalism is your ideology. You can maximize all liberty as long as it doesn't infringe on someone else's. They will justify any race talk as stand in front of the barrel type shit. That's why it's never happened. There is no strong racial identity for any of the groups. They just put them all black guys with LGBT and Mexicans and call it a group. But black guys and and Mexicans don't even like the LGBT when you look at it. But really, racially, you look at the Black Lives Matter people, a lot of them who are more radical were found in car fires. All of them. And I got very sad watching Nick end his show. Because I said, hey man, to me, Nick will always be this really young Zoomer 18-year-old in my head. And I'm like, you have no idea what you're getting into. You think you get it, but I've been at the violent side of reality, and those kind of politics. And I'm not saying like there's a certain group that'll take him out. I'm saying the way humanity's programmed to think is that the whole matrix will be seeing Nick and Ye as disposable. Do you understand? Because everyone's going to try and play hero to stop them. And it's a very dangerous position they're in. They just need to add Mel Gibson to the team. But yeah, I don't know. I worry about that guy a lot. I worry about Ye. I worry about anyone. There's a reason why politicians try and win over, even like a Republican will try and be chill with Democrats as well, right? There's a reason why it's not fiery. It's because nobody wants to get headshotted, right? Only Trump was the one who said, let's get it spicy. I'll win faster this way. And Ye and Nick is not a movement. Everyone knows that Trump is the movement, and anything away from Trump will crash and burn. Everyone knows that, because we're suspecting Trump to crash and burn, like our side. But yeah. Also, you're gonna see something more. You're gonna see one of my predictions come to pass. Okay, society is about to get a lot more Christian. I mean, the right is gonna be very right. I'm telling you, during these end times, people pick up their book, right? They don't just keep having fun and going out and fucking having shots and, right? When they sense what's coming, everyone will be picking up their book. And that's when all hell will break loose. Really, the only thing you can do, Muslims too, well, I give Muslims more credit because they have their book. They don't have to pick it up. There's always an elder in the Muslim community who's holding the book. Whereas the Christians is very rare. It's so rare. They just totally liberalized. It's so bad. Hold on.
And that is just the tip of the iceberg. The elites are riddled with perverse secret societies that are obsessed with harnessing the power of dark forces.
For over 100 years, Skull and Bones members have included a president, vice presidents, Supreme Court justices, congressmen and senators, captains of science and industry, the very best of America.
Their guard is for the advisor, their veteran for the Kaiser.
There's the public perception of the occult and then what is actually happening. It's fantasy and folklore versus the real, intangible, dark power that the elite are able to harness by being practitioners of the
Who's
occult.
Gigi?
And it's this very art and imagery that we see over and over again, that it's just the expression of their dark souls.
From over the course of the 12th
Oh, Gigi, I love that YouTuber.
and 13th century into the 14th century.
She's great. She grew on me a lot.
form of evil which is directly traced by the Venetians themselves to the ancient Canaanite city of...
By the way, the Phoenicians, right, and the Venetian black nobility, Babylon was saying these guys are too satanic. So think about how evil these guys were.
Tyre had arisen to great power in the north of the Adriatic Sea. The city of Venice, which has been in recent time until he moved to London, the residence of Satan on earth. These people grew great power. They built a maritime power in the image of ancient Phoenicia, which is Canaan. Phoenicia is a Greek word. The people of that region were called the Canaanites. And the center of evil was Tyre. Tyre was destroyed by a great man, Alexander the Great. But the principle of Tyre lived on. And it came through the Roman Empire, it came to reside in Venice. And from about 800 AD on, Venice was an increasing power in the Mediterranean. It became a great sea power, which became a dictatorship over the Mediterranean over the period from the course of the 12th century into the beginning of the 13th century with the so-called Fourth Crusade. And I can tell you all the Crusades were frauds. They were all run by the Venetians. Nothing to do with Christianity, they had to do with something else. The Fourth Crusade was organized by Venice to conquer and loot Byzantium, which is its major competitor. And the Latin Empire in Byzantium was set up from 1204 to 1261, when a fellow called Michael Paleog overthrew it on behalf of the Greeks. But Venice became a great looting power. It crushed every element of civilization. It imposed evil cults. It spread the cult of Aristotle throughout the Mediterranean and other cults. It looted everything. It imposed its debt every place. It manipulated nations into making war on one another. They weren't real nations, but they were whatever passed for at that time. They plunged Europe into war and usury and looting and bestiality.
Rorschach donated $5.
And cruelty.
Read this tweet.
And nothing
Read
could seem
Trump
to
is
stop
the
it.
Antichrist. He is the moon child
The political
created during
institutions
the
of
blood
Europe
moon.
collapsed at about
His mother
1250.
Mary died on the 6th day of the 6th
Or over the
month,
period 1250 to
1966.
1267 in a series of wars. A leading figure of the late 13th century and early 14th century, Dante Alighieri, typified those who fought desperately to save civilization from this pestilence of Venice and the Venetians' Mongol allies who are attacking Europe from the west, from the east. Venice's power grew. Dante was probably murdered by the Venetians after a trip into Venice and its area. The ideas of Dante lived on through various networks. Not only Dante, but there were great Franciscans and others who continued the tradition, the Augustinian tradition, and developed it then as before. Then in the middle of the century, the 14th century, the whole system collapsed in a chain reaction of bankruptcy, starting with the King of England discovering, by checking with his priest, that not only was usury a mortal sin, but that he, as the King of England, by continuing to pay his debts to usury, was actually contributing to the eternal damnation of the soul of his creditors. So the King of England repudiated his debts to the houses of Bardi and Peruzzi, which were Florentine-based, but they were key bankers of the period, who had looted every part of Europe through this bank. It's very much like the IMF conditionalities today. As a matter of fact, the IMF conditionalities are a repetition, a continuation of the Venetian tradition. They are evil. The people who run the IMF are evil. The bureaucrats of the IMF as a collectivity are purely evil. They are mass murderers. So these people were crushed, and their political power was crushed by their bankruptcy. There's an analogy today. I'm not Plutarch, and I'm not a priest of the cult of Apollo, as he was, but comparisons are sometimes permitted. Today, as then, in the middle of the 14th century, the new Venetian Empire, which is the British Empire, or the Anglo-Dutch Empire, or whatever you want to call it, it's the same thing, is based on financial power. All finance and monetary systems today are divorced entirely from trade and production. They're engaged in pure speculation, in usury, debt as a form of usury, the looting of countries, of whole regions of the world. The power of the ruling oligarchy, which are like Venetian families, Ford Foundation, this foundation, that foundation. This is what runs the United States, not the government. This is what runs the world, not the governments. The governments are run by these powerful families and their oligarchical connections, who control the Washington Post. They control the New York Times. They control the 3 TV networks. They control Jane Fonda. She might not admit it, but she's a real right-wing fascist, that Jane. They are looting the world. They have great power. People are afraid of them. They're afraid of the press. The Congress is afraid of the press. The Justice Department is controlled by these families. Everything is rotten, is controlled by these families. We say, well, what if these people suddenly lose their financial power? What if these banks go bankrupt? What if the IMF is liquidated? What if the international monetary institutions don't function? What if there's no facility by which these institutions can exert their power over society?
What are the chances every banker and financier has weird Balenciaga worship the devil parties? Like, okay, I don't buy it. I mean, people who buy into coincidences, wives turn out to be whores. Oh, she's just talking to someone. Oh, she's just talking to this guy. You know what I mean? It's not a coincidence, dude. Don't be an idiot. The devil, Satan, the forces of Satan, they're real. It's not a joke. It's not what Destiny thinks it is, my dude. Another thing. When are you going to start living your life as if those spirits are in your room with you? Are you just going to keep saying they're real, or are you going to live like they are? You tell a loved family member to shut the fuck up. Do you know that that's not you? Something is spiking your anxiety for making you say that. Something is squeezing your soul. And that's something you know is foreign. Every negative thought is foreign. And if you ever wonder, well, if there's bad spirits everywhere, then is God just not powerful enough? Are you out of your stupid retard mind? Well, why couldn't God make it perfect? It was perfect.
Rorschach donated $5. 700 days before Trump's Under the Blood Moon was the new founding of Israel. 70 years, 7 months and 7 days later Trump becomes president. This is no coincidence, he is the false prophet.
You mean the Antichrist, because false prophet's something else. First of all, I don't do gematria unless it's coming from like a ruling class dude. So if it comes from like Albert Pike, then I'll buy into it. I'll believe it, but I don't do gematria, YouTube gematria here. Okay, I don't buy into that stuff. I already looked into Trump being the Antichrist. What's funny is there was so many videos saying Obama was the Antichrist, and they lined up pretty perfect. So it's like, you can't just wait for the new president every single time. Because Joe Biden can't be the Antichrist. He's a fucking retard. He's not charming. The conspiracies that go into this whole Mayan calendar type energy, I don't buy into that shit. What's Trump's grandmother's name? I used to know this. It's a Bible name. Fuck. What is it? John is the best biblical name. Lilith? Oh, fuck. From the Garden of Eve? Trump had a family member named Christ. Okay, I watched the whole Trump is the Antichrist video, and at first it was convincing, and then you watch the Obama one, and then you go, okay, they overlap. It's kind of ridiculous.
Let's go, pal. I'm making a withdrawal here.
Rorschach donated $5. Trump's mother's name is Mary, so was Jesus. His aunt's name is Elizabeth, so was Jesus. His cousin name is John, so was Jesus. His life is a mockery of Christ. He has already been hailed King of Israel by Orthodox.
Right, then rebuild the temple, and yeah, again, to believe in that, you would have to believe that Trump is not out here arresting Jeffrey Epstein. It's kind of ridiculous, dude. Right? You'd have to say he's on the side of the whatever they're called. Also, there's this thing about Trump that's interesting. There's nothing occult about him. He had a Kabbalah teacher and a Kabbalah award or something like that. But there's no photos of him doing anything Hillary Clinton emails type shit. There's nothing occult, unless he hides it better, but none of them hide it good. Right?
Hello everyone. Today we are looking into a very peculiar, mysterious place. It's actually built beneath this church. Now this may look like an ordinary church, but beneath this church is a subterranean chamber, which is part of the network of so-called hellfire caves, where high-ranking members of society, noblemen, politicians,
Rorschach donated
met underground
$5.
here in
Look
the
at the symbolism in his apartment of 66th floor in Trump Tower. It is filled with occultism.
Yeah, you're talking about the Apollo worship, right? I know what you're talking about. Hold on. Jesus, 66. Trump. Yeah, it's all about the sun god Apollo, or light bringer Lucifer, or Osiris, or Horus. It's all the same thing. When you think of how much misery Joe Biden and his office brought to us, and then you're trying to get me to hate Mr. Trump. It's crazy to me.
Templar again. And this Theodore Royce told Crowley that he had given away the greatest secret in occult history. And Crowley said, "What do you mean? I don't even understand it." So the guy promptly initiated him on the spot to the 9th degree of the OTO and then explained the secret to him. And you're about to learn what this secret is. The secret is that as a Mason, you are promised immortality. Where do they get their promise of immortality? Simply, the secret that Crowley uncovered, probably through demonic intervention, is the secret that this immortality is conveyed through tantric sex magic.
Jack Parsons immersed himself into esoteric rituals and incorporated alchemical aspects of the occult into his propulsion technology. During rocket tests, for example, Parsons often recited Crowley's poem Hymn to Pan as a good luck charm. Parsons and the German aerospace engineer Werner von Braun had hours of telephone conversations about rocketry in their respective countries, as well as their own research. Von Braun was the leading figure in the development of rocket technology in nationalist Germany and a pioneer of rocket and space technology in the United States. Without Parsons, Neil Armstrong may have never set foot on the moon. And to those that don't believe America ever made it to the moon in the first place, then surely one can say that without Parsons, American military power might be a fraction of what it is today. His scientific contributions were probably downplayed because he was a leader of a black magic sex cult, of which Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard was once a member, and also Jack Parsons' roommate. Hubbard was a relatively famous science fiction writer at the time, and Parsons was a big fan of the genre, and was...
Yeah, anyone got that video of me at the Church of Scientology and exposing that lady for being a Satanist?
Immediately taken with Hubbard, writing, quote, "He is a gentleman, red hair, green eyes, honest and intelligent, and we have become great friends." They allegedly participated in sex rituals in Parsons' Pasadena home and shared partners, with Hubbard eventually taking off and marrying Parsons' young girlfriend, as Hubbard also allegedly drew esoteric power and knowledge from these ancient alchemical secrets that were associated with Crowley's teachings.
A magician, the magic cults of the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th centuries in the Middle East were fascinating. The only modern work that has anything to do with them is trifle wild in spots, but it's fascinating work in itself, and that's work written by Aleister Crowley, the late Aleister Crowley, my very good friend. And he did himself a splendid piece of aesthetics built around those magic cults. It's a very interesting reading to get a hold of a copy of a book, quite rare, but it can be obtained, The Master Therion, Therion, The Master Therion by Aleister Crowley. He signs himself The Beast, the mark of the beast, 666. Very, very something or other.
While there has been debate as to the degree of influence Aleister Crowley has had on L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology, let's see what L. Ron Hubbard's son has to say.
My first guest, Ron DeWolf, was the son of the missing L. Ron Hubbard. Let's give him a big round of applause, please.
His deep involvement in personal use of drugs on himself and others, black magic.
When you say black magic, what are you talking about? I mean, some of the things that I read in the stack of material, it sounds just absolutely unbelievable. What are you talking about when you say this?
Well, the funny thing is that the actual truth is about as far out as Scientology itself. Really, the basis of Scientology, which is rather hidden and covered over, is the occult, the deep involvement with satanic powers. That he felt that he was deeply involved with a British black magician called Aleister Crowley, and through putting himself in deep hypnotic trances and the use of drugs on himself, he wanted to become the most powerful being in the world.
How would you describe what Scientology is all about
and what the Church of Scientology is all about?
Well, to put it in layman sort of a succinct terms, Scientology says basically that 74 trillion years ago, everyone willed themselves into existence, and through space opera games and science fiction sort of things, they have created this universe. This is a universe created by you, me, and everybody else. And now we find ourselves trapped into bodies, and the goal of Scientology is to get untrapped from these bodies and to return to this godlike state which is called operating Thetan.
How do you do that?
Through applied philosophy, through sitting down across from each other in chairs with e-meters, which is a skin galvanometer with a meter dial on it, and through answering questions and asking questions. This is supposed to release the various charges and the problems one has had throughout all of these centuries and hundreds and thousands of reincarnations, get the charge off it as if it was these incidents were a charged battery, and by doing so, this is supposed to return you to this state of high ability. He was very deeply involved in black magic from early teenage years, which was the use of drugs and hypnosis as an example. He used to conjure up these demons and thereby plug into them or have them plug into him, and a lot of his early writing was which could be called spirit writing. And so he was very deeply involved in black magic as an example, especially from Aleister Crowley, which was an English black magician, and around...
By the way, the Scientology dude, also billions of dollars. Every time they do black magic, they have billions of dollars. And all they gotta do is write a few spell circles on paper, incantation, hallucinate, and cut their fingers and bleed on the paper. Right? Because the thought is written out, right? You can put the thought into a space, and then it brings portals with it for things to help you. This material world is dominated by these spirits, right? And really, the way you should see it, if it's confusing, all these names and stuff, is here, I drew it out. Okay? Just call Satan Saturn, and it's a force. It's a planetary force.
Let's go, pal.
Hold on.
I'm making a withdrawal here.
Rorschach donated $5. You wonder why Trump has Apollo symbolism in his apartment. The moment Trump was born, the sun stood in between the horns of Taurus. Trump is here to perform a Tauroctony ritual where Mithras kills a bull. Mithras represents
Apollo the bull represents God. Very based. Very good. However, we'll see what Trump gets done, right? Chances are they're not even going to let him run. But we'll see. For now, I seriously think you should stop choosing the side of the pedos. Like, peddling the Trump hate really supports Biden and Balenciaga, right? Don't go too far down the rabbit hole, dog. Not yet, at least. Because either way, let's say you were right, it is the Antichrist. Nothing could stop the Antichrist, right? It's not like you can fight it. You'd have to accept that the end times are here, right? And it's like, before the times end, how many kids do you want to save from Joe Biden's grip? All right. You know what? I don't have time for that. I gotta wrap it up soon, boys.
In 1947 or so, he decided that he was the Beast 666 incarnate, because that's what Aleister Crowley was, and he died in 1947.
While Crowley was a high-level Freemason, there are reports that L. Ron Hubbard was a Rosicrucian, at least for a brief period in 1940. The ancient and mystic Order of the Rosy Cross, as the organization is formally known, has the symbol of a cross with a rose at its center. It has several meanings
By the way, if you don't understand, like, oh, Horus is on the dollar bill, the eye watching you, Osiris is another sun god, and what about Ra? It's just different times of the day, right? When the sun's above you, 12 o'clock, depending on where the sun is, it's Ra, Osiris, right? It's just all the same sun worship, right? The light bringer.
Depending on the source, some claiming that the Rosy Cross predates Christianity, where the cross represents the human body and the rose represents the individual's unfolding consciousness.
It's not even all the way true, right? The rose represents Osiris dying on the cross. Look into that.
That's one.
Osiris is not a sun god. When the sun fully sets and goes into the tomb, that's Osiris.
Interpretation. Looking at this cross, we can clearly see 8 points, which can be traced back to the 8-pointed star of Inanna of Sumer and Ishtar of ancient Babylon. This covert form of goddess worship was...
What version of Christianity do you believe in? The version that says Jesus is the Lord of all lords and God, right? Kind of the same thing the elites say, but they're mad at God. Kind of like how the whole world is after one name. Everyone stood up to try and kill the name Jesus, and you're telling me that name has no power?
Was infused into the European secret societies by the Knights Templar. It was the Templars that built hundreds of Gothic cathedrals all over Europe from 1100 to 1300 AD, filled with esoteric symbolism that they brought back from the Middle East, such as Black Madonna statues, which have nothing to do with skin color, but are symbolic of the mother goddess, such as Isis, and, like the Black Kali goddess of India, represents the divine feminine energy, as light is first born from darkness. Just like the black sun symbol used by the nationalist Germany, who also adorned themselves with skull and bone symbolism, which were also identified with the Knights Templar, as were the Templar cross, the swastika, and the Seal of Solomon, all present in the stone-carved churches of Lalibela, Ethiopia, erected by the Templars. Of course, the Templars are also associated with Baphomet, which is also symbolic of Lucifer, the light bringer, and the ancient Gnostic goddess religion, which involves tantrically induced, altered, trance-like states of consciousness, which allegedly avails the practitioner.
Look at that, look at that, look at the hands, right? The seething powers of Lucifer are in your hands, Manny P. Hall.
To psychic phenomena used in mediumship, as is attributed to the occult secret orders, such as the Vril Society, which has existed in pre-World War II Germany, and allegedly participated in channeling that resulted in advanced anti-gravitic propulsion technology, which incidentally became known as UFOs, a phenomena that started exactly during World War II. Of course, almost 80 years after the official end of the Second World War, it is still a subject shrouded in mystery, where incidents such as the battle over Los Angeles that involved a well-documented saucer-shaped craft is explained away, as is the crash in Roswell, New Mexico, or the still classified military invasion of Antarctica, known as Operation High Jump.
Rorschach donated $5.
No surprise
Last Dono. You are right, John. I don't support Biden nor Democrats, but rest assured, Trump will 100% return in 2024. He is 424 like Messiah, son of David. He touched the Wailing Wall.
Exactly at the time hit 424, it is inevitable, he says. We'll see. We will see. It's not really a scary thing to me, right? The real question is, and the only question that matters for your mental health, have you been saved? Don't be all worried in my chat about end times. Right? It's not enough to read the book. You got to do acts of kindness. You got to be with your family. You've got to fuse the book with family. I mean, the book is really talking about family. The Father, Son, Mary, right? It's building up a family unit in your head. All right. We'll see. Because I don't know, these end timers are wrong about a lot of stuff. I know it's the end times, but it's always sooner than later. Like, it's always too soon. You guys remind me of the Mayan 2012 guys.
L. Ron Hubbard, who also spoke about saucer-shaped craft, was naval intelligence during World War II. And the death of Jack Parsons was also controversial, as he allegedly passed away from an explosion in his home in 1952. The same year, a fleet of a dozen saucer-shaped UFOs were photographed flying over the White House. There seems to be a missing gap between the conventional science of the general public, celebrated on monuments, and the covert Templar-derived science of antiquity, which is rarely depicted on statues or in textbooks, unless they are books restricted to the genre of science fiction. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon and through all other major book outlets. If you'd like to support my work, you can do that through patreon.com. There should be a link in the description. Please subscribe for future updates. Leave your thoughts below. Have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon.
Yeah. Oh, all right, boys. I'm going to bed. Well, I'm not going to bed. I'm going to lay down, edit this video. We're going to upload. Make sure you smash the like and help me on the algorithm. Okay? All right. Here, go stay with these demons. Okay? Well, I guess my shit's not working. Did it work? I don't know. I gotta go.